This is a bit premature, but I'm gonna go ahead for it anyway. Oh, okay. So, uh, this year I'm gonna stream every day. Started streaming on Twitch, which is silly, but I wanted to see. I wanted to see how that worked. It was quite nice. But of course, YouTube has the advantage of saving all my videos, so that if I forget to do that, then I can make. I want to make a clip because I spend a lot of time waffling and thinking and writing. So I want to make a clip. So I've been looking through some ideas on. Where are we? There we go. On fallacies, logical fallacies. And what I did yesterday was I watched this video, which was 10 minutes long. It took me 4 hours, and I watched it and wrote these pages of just short notes. Most of them are really short, especially towards the end, because there are some repetitions of concepts, and indeed the repetitions of concepts are such as these. I think there are three general categories, or three main categories. I've added rhetoric just as a general catch-all. The categories are my opponent is an idiot, like all the ad homs, the two cocks, the appeals to authority, all of these things I would argue comes into the appeal to the character, and so I wanted to call that my opponent is an idiot. The problem of induction, quite a lot of these fallacies deal with the fact that you can't actually know things based on induction, that any evidence you have can be contradicted by new evidence. And so you have, honestly, quite a lot of these are there. I will go through them. And the other one is the rejection of other fallacies. So especially towards the end, obviously the most obvious one being the fallacy, but some of these are fallacies which are about, like appeal to novelty, rejection of the appeal to tradition. Like you can call it overcorrecting, because you have somebody giving you one fallacy and you give them back a fallacy which contradicts theirs. However, and I'm already, my brain is already starting. But however, what I was doing and what I wanted to start with was just info hazards, and I think, oh Jesus. Oh, so it's a paper? I have to read the paper? Maybe I have to read the paper. How long is the fucking thing? Because I reject the concept, honestly. I think... Whether more knowledge is safer? No, more knowledge is more power. So, okay, this is the real crux of the issue. I mean, I should show you these. But the real crux of the issue is that information is utilitarian. It gives you power. It doesn't by itself not good or bad. It's just a power tool. So let me just give an example of what I mean, because Mythbusters prove you can make a bomb with household items. Sure. Some info. So this one was one I really, really reacted to just 10 seconds ago, and I was like, I yelled a little bit. Some info hazards are also double-edged swords. For example, mixing certain cleaners. Knowing that mixing ammonia-based cleaners with bleach creates toxic gases is good, because you know how to avoid making toxic gases by accident, but unfortunately, it also teaches you how to do it on purpose. All info hazards are double-edged swords. Their power. Power is a double-edged sword. You can use power for good, you can use power for bad. Having power is not inherently good. What was it? The last sentence here on this. It is an open question whether more knowledge is safer. No, more knowledge is definitely not safer. The opposite is true. More knowledge is definitely more unsafe, because we have now more power to do things about the world. If we have less power to do things about the world, then we'll die in like natural ways. So admittedly, it's probably not. For most of human history, you've had the competition about our progress, creating more risks, competing against the risks that we are already experiencing through nature. And so, to a certain extent, I guess you could say that we have gotten longer lives. Like most of the knowledge we've gotten so far has been the types of power that we can sort of predictably use to increase our, I mean, I'm trying to explain this too much depth. It's all knowledge is a dangerous thing. All knowledge is power. All power enables you to do more than you did before. Whether you want to use that power to do evil or whether you want to use that power to do good is up to the person wielding the power. The sword isn't double-edged. The sword is just a sword. It's sharp. And you have to take care of it. You have to use it properly. You have to not kill the innocent. So that, for me, is the integral problem of why info hazards are obviously, all information, all power is a sword is a double-edged sword. Everything is a double-edged sword because everything that gives you power can be used for good or it can be used for evil. And so I reject the concept wholesale. I've seen this video before, many, or probably not many years ago, but a while ago. Maybe this year, maybe like this year as in 2023, not actually this year. Maybe in the last year of time. But I think the concept is silly. We're going to watch the video. We're going to steal some content and then we're going to go ahead and start with the fallacies.
My entire life telling you information I think you should know, from how radioactive lava was created at the Chernobyl meltdown to what exactly it would feel like to have a large vampire mommy step right on your face. Critical information.
Yeah,
but it's very rarely that I or anyone else in this business asks what you shouldn't know, what I should not tell you. For example, I probably shouldn't tell you that you can make a nuclear bomb go instantly critical if you just...
Interesting.
Banana peel. Yeah, ARIA just redacted that information because it's constituting an info hazard. Can you imagine what it'd be like if I just told all of you that?
Okay, let's imagine what it would be like if you just told all of us that. So you can make a nuclear, what was it, a nuclear bomb or a nuclear reactor? A nuclear reactor go instantly critical? Well, most of us don't and can't actually get onto a nuclear facility, so that wouldn't really do anything. So yeah, the vast majority of us would not have any way of using this knowledge, making the knowledge essentially useless. There's no info hazard, or the hazard, if it exists, is very, very low, because it's a useless bit of knowledge. What would be useful, even if with just a banana peel, but if we can make a nuclear reactor or a nuclear core and then make it go critical with bananas or whatever you'd use, then yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that if you throw enough shit into a reactor, it doesn't matter if it's banana peels or anything else, it'll go bad. But yeah, but the point I was trying to make here is that no, we've thought about it. The hazard very low. The information does not give us any significant power. If it gave us the power to make a bomb, if it gave us the power to get into a nuclear facility, these things would be power that might be useful. So like, which I'm sure he's going to get to, is probably based on memory. Or like my password. If I give out my password, then that constitutes a hazard to me. In that I will be damaged by the information I'm sharing. It's in the same type of information here. It's not that the information is damaging to the person hearing it, which is what my instinct goes, having read too much SCP. It's not that kind of info hazard. It's the kind of info hazard where you gain knowledge and people can use this knowledge to do bad things. And it kind of ties into this sort of expectation that we should have, apparently, that people will use knowledge to do bad things. Yes, you do have a kind of responsibility for the knowledge you share, and you like they said in the comment, Mythbusters probably shouldn't air the video where they say, this is how you make a bomb. But on the flip side, you should, it's not that the information, it's not that the existence of the information, so the dissemination of any information is what's harmful regardless. And what's harmful here is not the information itself, it is the actions of people. So what we're saying, what the insight here is that there are people in society who wish to damage us, who wish to do harm, who are hazardous individuals. And if we give them more power, then they will use that power in ways that are damaging to the greater society. They will not just hurt themselves. Like, I very much believe in the right to ruin, that if it's your life, you can do whatever you want with it. You can do drugs, you can do extreme sports, you can risk your life in any significant way you want. It's your life. You harm yourself in whatever way you find most satisfying to you. But it's but these are people who will genuinely not just do harm to themselves, they will do harm to others. And so what we're saying, to me, isn't that information can be hazardous, it's that people are hazardous, and therefore we have to be careful about the information we share, knowing that people are hazardous, knowing that other people currently want to do us harm. This understanding that there will always be someone who wants to do us harm insists that all that information should be, to some extent, guarded, and that the amount of power we share through sharing information should be limited. Now I've spent the appropriate amount of time on 1 minute of video. See, I'm not stealing content. I'm rambling for 15 hours.
You live in an age where you have more access to more information than any human has ever had in history. Today, a 10-year-old could quickly hop on the internet and learn more about the natural world than even someone like Plato or Aristotle knew. And then the 10-year-old would probably tell you that you also suck at Fortnite. We have an idea that this is a good thing, not Fortnite. Ugh.
Funny story, actually. I remember reading, there was, arguing with someone in the comments field where it was basically they were saying Sun Tzu's Art of War is so stupid. What's the point? Everyone, it's so obvious. All of these are logical. It's just as we've over exaggerated how good of a book. And to me, that it shows a very historical naivety. It doesn't really understand the context. And it occurred to me the more that I thought about it. This is probably someone who's been playing strategy games for years. This is someone who has more military experience than anyone Sun Tzu was speaking to. Maybe even more than Sun Tzu himself. These are the average human being will have, we don't have the experience of leading men unless you actually go to the army, but the idea of strategic control and trying to figure out how to tactically manipulate and abuse your opponent's mistakes, that is a concept which we do for fun. So for me, a lot of this information, so about the same as Aristotle and Plato, we have access to insane amounts of information, not just directly by being able to read about the facts of the universe and being able to look up Sun Tzu and Aristotle and all of these great thinkers. We actually have ways to practice the theories that they imposed, that they suggested. I think it's very amusing how much more power we have.
But knowledge in general, and that knowledge is always better, more of it. But is this always the case?
Knowledge always increases power. So more of knowledge is always better for you. If you have more knowledge, you have more power. So it is always subjectively better for knowledge to be disseminated, in the sense that you will always experience, obviously if no one else, so imagine I am a hazardous individual, a person you should not share this information with, someone who will do damage to the world around them. Well, likely the reason I will do damage to the world around me is because I am overwhelmingly convinced that it is good. So, for instance, if I've been reading, there's a live stream of me when I was reading the Unabomber Manifesto, which I kind of want to continue doing, but it's because of how I think about things, it'll take way too long. All right, I might read it on the tablet to make some notes, and then we can go through it by myself, or do it here on a video system. But I think the point I was trying to make is that this person would use the knowledge of for instance, of how to make a nuclear bomb. If you gave him this information, or indeed any knowledge he would use it to do damage to other people, because he was overwhelmingly convinced that this damage he was doing was a net positive for humanity. So in that sense, we're trying to understand here that it is always subjectively true that more knowledge is better. Information is always better because it gives you more power to do the things you want to do. And the problem we're having, the reason we don't want to share information, the hazardous part of information, is that not everyone, we don't want to empower everyone because we don't agree with everyone and their goals. And I don't agree with Mr. Bomber about Mr. Ted Kaczynski, is that his name? So I don't agree with his goals, therefore I don't want to empower him to achieve his goals. I agree with my goals, so I want to empower myself to achieve my goals, and that's what I'm going to do. And that's why information is good, actually.
This is the question raised by so-called info hazards, first described in the literature by Dr. Nick Bostrom, the very same philosopher who came up with the now world-famous simulation.
Oh, whoops.
Elon Musk won't shut up about the now world-famous simulation theory that people like Elon Musk won't shut up about.
It's a fun theory, by the way. I shared it with a little brother of mine who told me it was one of the scariest things I've ever told him, which I think is amazing. That's a good standard. The theory, just so everyone knows, is that if alien life will develop, or if life will develop, if we're moving for towards a simulation future where we simulate reality and live in the simulation, then it is likely that it's likely that we are someplace in this process, that we're already in this simulation, rather than being at the beginning or at the end. More likely that we're somewhere in the middle. So it's more likely that we are either the 13th, or like not any specific one, but it's more likely that we are some specific or some level of simulation, that we're either living in a simulation, we're living in a simulation made in a simulation, or some nested property like that is more likely than the reality being that we were the first people who ever existed. And but this is assuming, of course, that simulations are an inevitability for more. I think it's a fun argument, but it really relies on how much you believe the premise. How likely do you think it is that we are going to make a simulation to exist in? If you think it is 100%, then I think it is 100% that we are already in a simulation. Or it's like 90% or whatever. It's hard to make abstract probabilities for this, but it's a very high likelihood, somewhere between 50 and 100%, that we're already in a simulation. But if you think that there's a there's a non-zero chance that we don't end up living in a simulation, then we won't. Then it's significantly less likely. Like if you think that maybe it's a 50-50 whether or not simulations are possible, then it is, I would say, a 50-50 whether or not you could say that there's a 50-50 word. Something is less terrifying, it's less guaranteed, it's less certain. But if simulations are inevitable, then we're in one.
Dr. Bostrom defines info hazards thusly: the dissemination or potential dissemination of true information that can cause harm or enable an agent to cause harm. You're already...
So this is a good definition, because it really gets to the point of this, is that I think only the second one is true. It exists in reality. Because I think the dissemination of true information that may cause harm is conceptually nonsensical. Because, like I said, knowledge is power. Power can enable you to do good and do bad. The idea is enable some agent to cause harm is inherently always true about all information. If I teach someone how to make a spear, they could use it to go fishing, or they could use it to kill me, right? If I teach someone how to make a gun, they could go hunting, they could kill me. If I teach someone to get a fissile reaction going, then they could make a bomb, or they could make a nuclear reactor. There are always ways of using information to do harm. There's always ways, I mean, I don't want to demonstrate exactly how creatively sadistic I can be, but if you give me any concept or any bit of knowledge about the universe, I will figure out a way how to do harm with that bit of knowledge. It's not actually that hard. So for me, the concept here, the problem with the whole concept of the info hazard is that inherently all information has this capacity, has this intrinsic quality that it may cause. I'm going to write this down too. Do I have I feel like I had a live streaming. Let's just make a new one. Let's make it today's date as well, so that I can... 4th January. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do is we are going to go ahead and say, okay, info hazard. I wish I could stream this to you. I used to be able, or I did it before Christmas, but I haven't been able to fix it after New Year's, so I will try and work on that, but we'll see. Info hazards, all information is power. Power enables us to do both good and bad. QED, I love it. All information enables us thus all information fits, what's his name? NB. What's his name? Nick Bostrom. Nick Bostrom.
Actively.
I'm gonna change it. Can I change the settings on my stream while I'm in it? Maybe I can change it if I log on to it. Give me a second. I wanna communicate to myself that this is a. I'm probably gonna spend more time on info hazards than I intended to today. My original goal was just because the fallacies is interesting, but so can I change the name to my? Yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, it's a D&D page. I have a D&D Reddit open where yeah. Actually, I'm going to show you. So, interestingly, this video is what triggered my info hazard thing. So, we'll watch the Kyle Hill video finish first, and then I'll go through why this video triggered me. Because I think the Kyle Hill video is probably one of the best defenses of the concepts of info hazards I've ever seen. And I remember watching it, I had to actually push myself to think through what he was saying before I rejected it out of hand, which is what I prefer to do. So I want to go through this one so that I feel like I have a rigorous basis for interpreting why I reject the concept of info hazards, which is all information fits this definition of an info hazard. There is no information I can conceivably imagine which would not fit this concept. I think therefore I am is probably okay. I'll push myself. Let's do it like the most basic philosophical concepts, which is I think therefore I am the only true statement we can know to be true. So how would I use that information? The knowledge of one's own existence to do harm. I mean, it's like the premise for the concept of harm. So I guess there is certain information that is true, or possibly the only information that we know to be true, that we know for certain to be true. The only information that can be known for certain to be true is not itself hazardous. It's not. There's no applicable way. But it's empowering. It does give you a means to understand the universe, so it gives you power to begin gaining more information, which you can then use to do harm. Like any other foundational concept of epistemology, if you have a good foundation, you can understand reality better.
On the lookout for some kinds of info hazards, even though they feel somewhat esoteric. For example, if I was to start talking about Game of Thrones and then say, you know, Game of Thrones is that show that...
So, spoilers. Okay. So spoilers are interesting because I think the thing about spoilers is it is the perception of doing harm, and we're getting into like the most nitty gritty of it right away, which is the idea of there being some information that you don't want to know because it does harm to you. Like it fits this part of the definition, which I don't agree with. Which it makes it the most important example. So how do I reconcile my views with the concept of spoilers? It's kind of hard. First of all, I should reveal I don't really care about spoilers. So for me, it's a little bit of empathy is needed to understand why that spoilers do harm. But applying this, I can empathize with the idea that they do harm. But the main thing that I feel like is causing this harm is the perception of it doing harm. You essentially not like the idea is you only want information to be revealed to you in a specific way. Oh, whoops. So if you want it to be revealed to you in the context of watching the show, you don't just want the information, you want it to be revealed to you in that context. And for me, that kind of solves the problem of spoilers, because at that point I don't care about the information anymore. I care about the execution. I care about the demonstration. So for me, it kind of feels like spoilers are just aren't harmful. They're actually, it's the perception of spoilers. So it's like the info hazard in this case wouldn't be the spoiler itself. It would be the perception that spoilers are negative. The perception that you cannot enjoy something fully if you already knew it was going to happen. And also for me, like if this is true, if there's a show or movie where it is the case, and I've seen a couple of the ones where there's like big spoilers, and I can, like The Usual Suspects, I can understand why watching that when it came out and not knowing, like being able to recognize all of the actors except the one person who the twist was about, that might have probably helped my enjoyment. But I really liked it. I can understand the satisfaction of seeing it. I can understand it's like when you watch a movie again after you've seen the spoiler. For me, I can just watch the movie once and have the spoiler. Like the experience of aha is so it's the loss of a positive experience, I guess, is the problem here. I guess that's the point I'm getting at, even though I don't realize it. Of a positive. Or at least a perceived positive. And so for me, I know this is going to sound very dismissive, but for me, spoilers aren't damaging. Spoilers are just... yeah. But let's flip it around. Let's see if I can make them spoilers into inherently... Well, if I wanted to damage someone with a spoiler, with the knowledge of a spoiler, I would instead use it to generate a lie, which is more convincing than the truth. That's how you would ideally use that kind of knowledge. You would use like this knowledge of... spoilers are typically twists. So twists are typically the most difficult things to do when you're writing, because you want them to be believable. It's not just that you want them to be unexpected, which is very easy. Anyone can write something unexpected, especially if you're a writer. Then you have enough imagination to write something nobody else is thinking of. Or at least, nobody else is currently thinking of. But so if I have a spoiler, say for Game of Thrones, and I instead make subtle changes to the spoiler, then that, I think, would be more harmful to their ability to understand the show. Well, I would be harming their ability to gain more knowledge. I guess spoilers is the biggest counter argument to my info hazard concept, and the reason I'm not taking them seriously is just they don't influence me as much. So I should probably get someone in here to explain to me, or I should talk to someone to explain to me why they actually care about spoilers and sort of finagle me into acknowledging their experience.
You would probably want a spoiler warning first, because spoilers are true information that causes some psychological harm to you, and they are therefore info hazards. Other info hazards, however, are much more subtle and better written. Yeah, I'm still taking shots. Who cares? It was years ago. In 2003, the
little digression. This is going to sound like I told you so, but I'm pretty sure that Danny's going to go fascist in the books. That's like, I feel like that's been set up for all of the books. It's like, oh, she's a naive little child who's self-righteous. A self-righteous, naive child. I mean, can you imagine a worse leader for a country? It's somebody who is absolutely convinced that everything they've ever done and anything their family has ever done is good, and that they just have to sort of, and that anyone who opposes them is therefore evil. It's like this categorical, yeah. Don't want to get too much into that, but for me, the idea that people were shocked that she was burning King's Landing was like, okay, I guess I can understand if they didn't reveal it in the show, but it was very clear that this is the kind of person she was. I mean, they did spend more time humanizing her in the show, so I guess people who watch the show don't have this visceral hatred. Oh, the people who read the books don't have this visceral. I have a visceral hatred of Daenerys Targaryen. There is no, like, Joffrey is he's not even close. I hate Dany way more than I hate Joffrey. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. Back to spoiler. Interesting. Spoilers may be contradicting me. It may be valid. Let's call it there.
Popular children's film Finding Nemo grossed almost $1 billion at the box office. Shortly thereafter, the sale of actual clownfish to private and public aquariums spiked by over 40%. The movie, therefore, constituted what's called an attention hazard for the species. Worldwide attention was brought on the already known fact that clownfish are pretty adorable, and so depopulation and overfishing resulted. A similar attention hazard is the so-called Streisand effect.
Attention hazards. I mean, I guess it was hazardous to their population. But again, we have the knowledge that they're cute, and how we decide to use that. The hazard is human beings don't care about biodiversity. We care about pretty things in our houses. So it's like the hazard isn't the knowledge. The hazard is human nature. The hazard is how we wield our knowledge, what we care about, what we value, and because we value the survival of the species of clownfish less than we value our own aesthetic satisfaction, that makes the whole choice logical and rational. We're rationally deciding that we're taking the pleasure that we want, and the cost is the pleasure that we don't care about, which is biodiversity for the future. It's probably not a good thing for the world that this is how humans are, but this is how humans are. We shouldn't, like, the idea that, oh no, the problem was the information. The problem was that we put the attention, we put the spotlight on these poor. Now, the problem was that the people decided to use that information. The problem was that people don't care about biodiversity, they care about aesthetic satisfaction. I mean, you can even explain it to people and get them to can pretend to care about biodiversity, but they won't. Their actions will display that they care more about their own happiness than they care about making the world a better place. This is a consistent feature of. This is why what happens whenever I discuss economics with people, especially with leftists, is and the problems with capitalism, I end up in a situation where I'm like, usually I'm very for regulation and adjusting, but I end up being pushed into this position where it's like, do you really think that you're a good person and they're all evil? And actually, I had a very fun essay on that. Very good amount of digressions here.
Very same.
Do I care enough about this? No, I think I've made my point, which is that, and I can probably even open that. My point being that, My point being that information is hazardous inherently. That knowledge is power, power is hazardous. Power is the ability to do things, and the ability to do things depends on the will, what we want to achieve. And the fact that other people want to achieve things that we don't want makes knowledge hazardous. We won't want to share the knowledge because it is a hazard to ourselves, to our goal, to empower people who have different goals than us. That's the hazard. Okay, that's
public.
Actually, yeah. Okay, let's do the
news captivates the entire. The aliens left.
Do the example from this video, because I feel like it kind of inherently shows it, and they're gonna insist that it's a bad example afterwards. I'm probably not going to show them talking about that, but it's okay. Let's show it first.
A few earthly astronomers discover something truly remarkable. They've pointed their radio telescopes at a previously unexplored patch in the night sky and recorded a binary message that is too inexplicable to have come from any natural source. Curious about what the distant aliens have sent us, the scientists begin trying to decipher the message. After an arduous process of code breaking, the scientists find that the message encodes instructions on how to build a device. Unfortunately, the aliens left no description about what the device actually does. Excited to share their discovery with the world, the astronomers agree to publish the alien instructions on the internet and send a report to the United Nations. Immediately, the news captivates the entire world. For once, there is indisputable proof that we are not alone in the universe. And what's more, the aliens have sent us a present, and no one knows what its purpose might be. In a breathtaking frenzy that surpasses even the space race of the 1960s, engineers around the world rush to follow these instructions, to uncover the secrets behind the gift the aliens have left for us. But soon after, a horrifying truth is revealed. The instructions do not describe a cure to all diseases or a method of solving world hunger. Rather, the aliens have sent us explicit and easy-to-follow instructions on how to build a very powerful bomb, an antimatter explosive device with the yield of over 1,000 hydrogen bombs. The most horrifying part is that the instructions require only common household materials, combined in just the right way. The horror of this development begins to sink in around the world. Many propose that we should censor the information in an attempt to prevent a catastrophe, but the reality is that the information is already loose. Sooner or later, someone will build the bombs, either from raw curiosity or deliberate ill intent. And then, soon after that, the world will end. This story is unreal.
Yes, and it's unrealistic for many reasons, and I think the main reason I want to get into, which is not the reason they're going into, go watch the video if you want to get into their reason. The reason I want to get into is that if you give us the information how to make an antimatter bomb, we'll use it to make an engine. Like, not getting it past the idea that, in fact, if you have a way to make a lot of antimatter, like even regardless of whether it's with household items or not, you have a bomb. But getting past this, you've given us a tool to make energy, and the reason I know this is absolutely what we would do is because of the combustion engine. Making things explode to give us power is inherently what we do. That's something that's how we get power. That's how turbines. We make boom pushes things around. Boom, pressure, heat. These things we use to generate a turbine. And so if an alien civilization gives us this kind of knowledge, then sure, we might blow ourselves up by having access to... Everyone can make a bomb that's very easy. Or what's actually going to happen is that whichever resource needed, which is most scarce, whether it's like some chemical in the chewing gum or in the bleach, that will be bought up by a fuck ton of greedy fuckers who want to make a lot of money on energy. Probably, in fact, by a lot of oil companies who want to keep selling their oil, who will keep the stockpiling. So this principle I think extends to another example, which they do later, which is what if they send out a malicious AI instead? Like how will we... And the thing that stresses me out about this, because the concept is that if you have... There's this expansionist alien civilization, which I think has problems in and of itself, but you have an expansionist alien civilization, and they're sort of sending out because of course they can't expand faster than light speed, and they can't expand as fast as light speed, so the information they're sharing is spreading out faster than they're spreading out, their empires. So they could in theory like have these nodes sent out in front of them, which gives the information. However, the very key thing about this is that if, say, you wanted to do this to subjugate people around you, then you're giving them the information to like make this hyper intelligent malicious AI, and you kind of have to assume that a hyper intelligent malicious AI won't be able to do... You have to have the kill switch for the hyper intelligent malicious AI, and if you have a kill switch, it's kind of possible that we're gonna find it too. Basically, there's no reason why any intelligence, whether civilizational or not, would actually give us more information, because there is always the risk that we could use this information militarily. We could always develop means of using it in a different way. This is the core concept I'm getting at. Knowledge equals power. An alien civilization, even if it thought it was a 90% sure that anyone who gets the knowledge of the antimatter bomb will make them and will destroy themselves, even if they knew that we had the resources on the planet readily available, even with this knowledge, they wouldn't give it to us, even if they thought it was 90% sure we would die, because there's this 10% chance that we use this information to make engines which are competitive with their engines, or at least like in the same technology level. You're basically giving us a technological boost in case that this boost goes fast enough that we burn up. But the risk is that if we don't burn up, you've massively increased our power. You've given us a bomb. You've given us an intelligent AI who can control our entire society and make it run efficiently. Even if we lose, even if we become the slaves of the AI, then, like, in the worst case scenario for us as civilization of humans, is that the AI completely dominates the planet and forces us into slavery. But that's also really bad for the intelligent civilization, unless they have like the magical kill switch, or unless the AI is programmed automatically to include the information or to include that their society is better. But it's like hardware coding software. Essentially, knowledge is power, and therefore a single alien message, like, first of all, I don't think it could, but they most certainly wouldn't. I'm not convinced that it could, but I'm 100% convinced that they wouldn't, because knowledge is power. Power is power. Don't give power to your enemies. Okay, so there's some fun stuff here. I'm probably going to read this on my own time. But what I wanted to do was go back. So this is the video I watched yesterday. Now we're going to do this stuff. I kind of want to open another docs. So yeah, with the categories, let's open up the categories again. Here are the categories. Authenticity, the problem of abduction, rejection of other fallacies. So, yeah, so before I begin with this, let's underline the problem I think we have with fallacies, right? And the problem I think we have is that fallacies, you search them out, you're trying to see them in the lives of other people, but we're very bad at sort of recognizing the fact that we employ fallacies of our own. So more specifically, what I mean is that... Sorry, I spaced out. More specifically, I mean that we're very easy. It's very easy for us to say they've done fallacy and gain absolutely no information from that. You study fallacies and you go, you're using that fallacy, you're using that fallacy, it's an entirely worthless exercise, because in order to understand whether or not someone is using their fallacy, you have to actually delve into the argument. And the most integral, important thing here is that people will believe their argument. They will believe that they're not using a fallacy. They'll believe that there is a reasonable logical coherency with the things they're saying. And in order to actually address fallacies, in order to actually combat fallacies, we can't just go around and say, this is a list, 31 logical fallacies. If you find yourself talking to someone who's straw man so hard, you're talking to people. It's always addressing people, like your dialectical opponents here. If you're like, I mean, he's very good. He's saying that it's very hard to apply this in practical terms.
Hey everyone.
I'm curious about this one. We're probably going to go somewhere. But essentially here is, you thinking you've spotted a fallacy is worthless. You have to go in, see what their logic is, and see where they've gone wrong. And seeing where they've gone wrong is not like, you're using that fallacy, therefore you're wrong. No. You go into their reasoning, you go, why is it they think this information is important? And so, we will begin by explaining this point by going through my opponent is an idiot, which is I think the most common it's sort of integral. Like when I'm generalizing it, it's definitely the most common. It's basically appeal to authority and appeal to counter authority. The appeal to inauthority. The appeal to the fact that you don't have an authority. The appeal to you don't know anything. These are categories that are useful. So if we make this, let's just make another document. I want to write it. Actually, I will write it down by hand, and we'll just go through. So if I make the categories, we start with 1. My opponent is an idiot. And I'll generalize this as the critique of character. So, what would we put? We'd put the ad hominem in there. The ad hominem is a type of critique of character. The to cock or the whataboutism is a critique of character. Here's my reasoning. Would you trust someone who doesn't believe their own words? Would you trust... That's like the whataboutism fallacy. If somebody tells you, for example... Come on. There we go. Somebody tells you, for example... where is it? There we go.
Actions as being inconsistent with their argument.
If somebody tells you to exercise, and they don't exercise, why are you trusting them? So somebody living in your life situation saying, well, you should exercise more. And like, should I? How can you don't know that? You don't have the basis for knowing that. In fact, maybe what I should do is do more activity in non-exercise way. Maybe I'm a busy man. Maybe I'm not, by the way. But maybe if you have a busy person, then it's better for them to walk more, to take the stairs, to not take the taxi like 2 blocks. Like doing these things to make giving more activity might be a better solution than exercise. So, and the best way of figuring this out is by criticizing the character who's stating it. If they're saying you should exercise more, but they don't follow it, there's good reason to believe they're wrong, because they cannot apply their own principles to their own lives. Now, the critique, like the fallacy here, is that doesn't mean they're wrong, but the argument isn't coherent. Whataboutism undermines the coherency of the argument you're making. You're saying, this is what I believe is true. And I'm like, well, hang on. Is this actually what you believe is true? Because you're not following it. And so it is a valid rhetorical criticism. Do you genuinely believe what you're saying? Is it possible to apply what you're saying? Is it possible to actually live a life according to the principles you're stating? Or is it just a delusion you've put into your head? And so this is like, whataboutism? Very good, very logical, very logically coherent criticism of somebody who is not qualified to make an argument, or not qualified to make a statement, or like their argument that they're making is inherently discredited by their own failure to do it. So Tukok is essentially a counter-argument which correctly undermines the argument of hypocrites. People who think that they know the truth but actually don't. And so, like, if we're going to continue this conversation, this imaginary conversation a little bit, the person who doesn't exercise might scream, that's just about the Bathism fallacy, the Tukok fallacy. You're just pointing out the fact that I'm a hypocrite. Do as I say, not as I do. Well, what you respond then is you say, well, how can I know that it is possible to do as you say and not as you do when you cannot do it yourself? You're essentially telling me something is possible and valid and useful to do and useful to try without you being able to do it yourself. You're telling me something based on essentially no evidence when you in fact have anecdotal contradictory evidence. You have contradictory evidence that your beliefs are coherent or applicable or useful because you cannot apply them to your own life. Hypocrisy is a bad thing because it undermines because it demonstrates. Usually, if you're not a hypocrite, and hypocrite, I don't know. Hypocrite. If you're not inconsistent in your beliefs, if you're not inconsistent in your beliefs, you will. God damn, I'm just like, what am I trying to say? If you're not inconsistent in your beliefs, yes, okay. If I exercise a lot, again, don't believe me, but if I exercise a lot and I come and tell you should exercise more, then I have anecdotal, admittedly, but I have some evidence for my beliefs. I have exercised more. It has benefited me. QED. I'm sharing this information with you. This is a logically coherent argument. But if you then change the settings to, well, I don't exercise, but I think you should exercise more. Well, then what you're saying is that what's happening there is that you don't have this first piece of evidence. You're not starting with any evidence. You're starting with zero evidence. So it is the idea of a Tukok argument. The fallacy is that you're actually just challenging someone who has no evidence to stand on. You're challenging someone who's making a statement without grounds. You're challenging an ad hoc argument. So that I think Tukok is probably the best way to demonstrate this, because it really, like the hypocritical, but the same principle is true for ad hominems. Like if you're talking to an idiot and they've shown themselves to be an idiot, you've had arguments with them before where they've shown themselves to be completely uncritical and unable to think properly, you should be more critical of them. You should have like a little bit of, like if a conspiracy theorist comes to you and says, we might do some of those later. I really want to. I enjoy those. It takes me fucking ages, but I really enjoy conspiracy theorists and pseudoscience and just sort of tinkering at their ideas, playing with them, because they're all these inherently they're beautiful. They're like creative on a whole nother level. Stop waxing about it. If you are arguing with the conspiracy theorists and they say, and you know they're conspiracy theorists, you know they swallow up literally every conspiracy theory they can get, they try their hardest to keep them consistent, but of course it's impossible. So they come to you and they said, did you know blah 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 blah, did you know this has happened, did you know these are all these, like, no matter whether or not it's true, you have basis to discredit or disbelieve him, because you know that this source you're having would state this information even with less evidence, even if it were more spurious. So you have a person who's talking to you who is a confirmed idiot, who is a confirmed credulous fool, and they tell you something is true, then you go, well, you know from experience that they would tell you something was true that you would think is 100% provably incorrect. They would tell you, oh, did you know that the earth is flat? And you're like, well, I'm never going to trust anything you say again. And you shouldn't trust yourself, for Christ's sake. No, don't trust yourself either. Don't trust anyone, including yourself. Trust no one. Trust no one, including yourself. Now, So the ad hominem is also, again, a reasonable thing to do. You should be more critical of certain ideas. You should be more less willing. And you're essentially, now, at a certain point, a little bit of a caveat here, at a certain point, you stop relying on your ability to do reason. You stop engaging with it. So if your argument is, oh, he's an idiot, I'm not going to think about it anymore, then fair enough. You should live your life. You don't need to waste your time on idiots. However, if you want to then insist that you have a good understanding of the concept, you should actually engage with their reasoning, with their argument, their perspective, their point of view, what they consider to be evidence, and why you might not consider that to be evidence. So, this is like the weird dichotomy we're getting at here, is that fallacies are bad if you're writing a philosophy paper, but if you're living a normal life where you're engaging with other human beings, like, what is this button? If you're engaging with other human beings, then fallacies are amazingly useful. Amazingly useful. You need them to like be the tools to interpret information. So, or you need them, but it's phenomenally easier to go through life without having to intrinsically verify and consider every concept. And this is going to be more obvious once we get to the problem of induction, because in fact, you can't really. It's not really that much of reality which is knowable. I mentioned one earlier, the cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am. This is, to my knowledge, the only knowable statement, the only certain statement that we can have in philosophy. That may be, I mean, if you want to be cheeky, all that I know is that I know nothing, but technically that's false because of cogito ergo sum. And that would be subjectively and relatively true. It depends on how much you know at the time. But in principle, yeah, it's... yeah, had to correct the spelling there, but... So you have these... Yeah, so attacking the character, the credibility of the character you're speaking to, is a useful trick for your brain to understand information, and is therefore also a useful trick for rhetoric, for appealing to other people, which is presumably why you're talking. You're typically not actually addressing the person you're discussing things with, you're presenting it to a larger audience. And if you're presenting something to a larger audience, these appeals are... I really hate people who lean into rhetorical appeals, but the idea is that this is how you think, and it's how most of the people you view think. And the idea isn't to undermine the shortcuts they're using and cause them to stop using them, because that would be bad, actually. I would die on this hill that, in fact, it is better for society that we are the kinds of... We have brains which tend to fallacies. These are useful attributes for our society, or our mentality, I would say. Because they make it just so we can do... So we can, like, social information. And this is like the whole... What this is actually is. Social information. I'm going to write this down. It is social information. And we are definitely going to open a new one here, because I want to add these, and I want to be able to move them around, and it's easier to do. So one we have... Oh, whoops. Oh no, that's not how you do it. Do it like this. Social information. And, let's add some notes there as well. I trust the hypocrite shouldn't. So, should we go back to my list? I think we will. Like, so yeah. So what we're gonna do now? Can I do this? I can. Control B. This one is problem of induction. Rejection. Other. So I can tell that this one hasn't updated, but I believe I have added another one. Yes, irrelevant evidence. So anything that doesn't fall under these, we'll just put in. In there. Bathroom break, yeah. Do this? No. Can I do it like this? No, I can't. Can I do this? Nope. Okay. There we go. That's better. There we are. There we go. Okay. Okay, let's just leave that there and just move it down. Okay, so that's 2 cock, that's, yeah. In fact, what we're going to do is we're going to go through the whole video again, and we're going to place them in.
Ad hominem fallacy.
Yep.
The ad hominem fallacy happens when someone attempts to discredit someone's argument with personal attacks rather than the substance of the argument itself. Hasty generalization. Hasty generalization, also known as the overgeneralization fallacy, happens when making a claim based on evidence that is just too small.
Who decides what's too small? Weird, it's almost like maybe all of science is based on this principle that you don't actually need to know, or that you need an infinite amount of evidence to know for certain, and you don't actually need to know for certain, you just need to know well enough. So every generalization is hasty.
Red herring fallacy. A red herring is something that misleads or distracts from a relevant or important question. It might be used to change the subject. Tu quoque fallacy. Tu quoque is a technique that intends to discredit
To cock, by the way. Come on.
the opponent's argument by attacking the opponent's own personal behavior and actions as being inconsistent with their argument, therefore accusing hypocrisy instead of countering the actual argument.
See? Getting on a real cute little thing here, which is actually the problem with fallacies. Nothing to do with logic and reason. The problem is that they're annoying. It's like, it feels like we're not being taken seriously, not being listened to, not being like directly engaged with. It feels like someone is just sort of moving into a checklist, which is fascinatingly moving into a checklist of reasons trying to list up reasons they just want to reject you out of hand, which is exactly what people do with fallacies. So the more you learn about fallacies, the more likely you are to commit the fallacy. But also all of the other ones, because you're convinced that you can't make them, but you're convinced that everyone else that makes them. Unless you are actively sitting there, like going through, like, oh yes, that's when I used the ad hominem fallacy, and justifying it to yourself, and actually explaining to yourself why you did these things. Unless you're critically going through all of the things, and if you think you're not, if you think you're some kind of bastion, ship it in. I'll tear you to pieces. I've never met a single person, like, unless you like write a single sentence comment, if you write a paragraph of argumentation, of reasoning, then you've used a fallacy 100% of the time. There's not a single case this hasn't happened. Should we just go into it? I mean, things that, like, yeah, these are easier to generalize than the social information. So maybe we'll just put them in there.
Slippery slope fallacy.
Oh, slippery slope fallacy. I think I'll put that in here, in the problem of injection.
In a slippery slope argument, a course of action is rejected because, with little or no evidence, one insists that it will lead to a chain reaction resulting in an undesirable end or...
Little to no evidence. I mean, called it.
ends. Special pleading fallacy. Special pleading happens when applying standards, principles, or rules to other people or circumstances, while making oneself or certain circumstances exempt from the same critical...
Okay, what did I write? I wrote special pleading. Oh yeah. The observation that you do trust yourself more than you trust other people. And you have more knowledge of yourself than I. Yeah, is this maybe... Is it the problem of induction? It is the problem of induction again, yeah. Because you're not using the same evidentiary standards for yourself. But you don't know that. We're going to add both... Yeah, okay. So, both of these should actually have been explained a little bit more. Special pleading. Actually, yeah, make that a new one because it's so long now. So the slippery slope, the reason that was a, I would argue that's a fallacy. I'll close this a little bit. Slippery slope, let's not close it, let's open it and go back to the, where was I, there we go. So the slippery slope, I mean I could also just do this. Because it's easier to write with my hair in my face. So the slippery slope fallacy. So any time, like the problem with thinking about the slippery slope fallacy as a fallacy, or like trying to apply this in any real conversation or in any context, any real context, is they believe the link. Now you could challenge them and say, I need more evidence to believe this link. Or can you please defend this link more for me? And it's the idea of like the recognizing the fallacy can then be useful in where you want to guide the conversation. But the goal here isn't inherently, the goal is to understand why they disagree with you. That's the point of any discussion, the point of any disagreement, the point of any argument. You want to understand why their position is different from yours and how to make them match. What they would need to do to get to your position and what you would need to do to get to their position. What beliefs you have that contradict their position, what beliefs they have that contradict your position. Knowing all of this, the ability to recognize the slippery slope fallacy becomes very often just becomes, well, you think that this leads to that, therefore your argument is fallacious. No, their argument isn't fallacious. It's just insufficiently supported. Doesn't have enough evidence for you to be convinced. That is what insufficiently supported means. It doesn't mean that it doesn't have enough evidence by some. It's not. So the God of science is not sitting there. You made the list. You got up to sigma x. You did it. You got up. No. In reality, we all have limited information. We're all using it as well as we can. And if somebody makes a slippery slope argument to you, then what they're saying is, well, there's a link here. I think there's a link here. The only relevant point of recognizing that it is a slippery slope argument rather than a reductio ad absurdum. Like, how can you tell the difference between a slippery slope argument and a reductio ad absurdum argument? You can't. The principle is you can prove things to be false by showing that the consequences are contradictory. This is logically valid. This is what the proof of the root of 2 is. I can show you the proof. It's a fun proof. But if you have... So in any context, the ability to recognize a slippery slope is that it adversely affects your ability to recognize or like reason or engage with the argument. It adversely affects your ability to understand why they think there is a link, because you're essentially just saying rejecting the concept of a link a priori. You're rejecting the concept of a link in principle. And that's very stupid. So the idea that slippery slope is a fallacy is in self. This reasoning is false. It's inherently incongruent. It's impossible. It's ridiculous. The slippery slope cannot be a fallacy unless you have the truth written on a piece of paper which you can check. And that's most of these. Most of these have this problem, and especially most of these in the problem of induction, because inherently there is no amount of evidence that is enough. There's an amount of evidence which is good which can let you make decisions, or no, any amount of evidence you can make decisions without evidence. The way we know if science works is whether or not it happened. You can make consistent predictions about the future. That is what the definition then of enough evidence is. Consistent predictions. What is a consistent prediction? How often does it have to be right? 50% of the time? Is that good enough? Or there are some, let's make an example. Probably familiar with Newton's gravity. Let's see. Force is equal to the gravitational constant multiplied by mass 1 mass 2 divided by r squared. This formula, very good at predicting the motion of all of the planets, all of the moons, except Mercury. Mercury didn't work. Did that mean that we rejected the theory? We have evidence that the theory is wrong. We didn't reject the theory. No, we went with it. We tried to adjust it. We tried to add variables. We tried to do a lot of things to make the theory work. Only when we had an alternate theory which could predict all of the motion of the planets and the motion of Mercury and other things, only then did we reject it. Only then did we have enough evidence. So only point when you have enough evidence is when you additionally have another theory for which the evidence can support. You actually need more evidence for the things you believe, more reasons, not just evidence, more reasons for believing the things you believe than the reasons being presented, or more reasons for believing the new thing than the thing you already believe. You need more reasons to be convinced of something new. You don't just need to be you don't just need someone to go down, oh, that's a that fallacy, that's fallacy, that's a that. Like saying, oh, actually, you have no evidence for any of your positions because they're all fallacious. No, you say, well, I know you have this. I don't agree with this, but because of this. And I know you have this. I don't agree with it because of this. And you go through every fucking point. Stop. Yeah. Don't use fallacies. Don't think about fallacies. Purge them from your mind. Because as soon as you think about fallacies, you are the ones engaging in them. You're seeing them everywhere and you're not actually engaging with the arguments. You are immediately susceptible to the fallacy itself. Okay. Special pleading. Let's see. See proof. Yeah, okay. So I made that point, basically, that it's slippery slope.
Without providing adequate justification. Loaded question.
Loaded question.
A loaded question is a question that already contains an assumption. False dilemma fallacy.
I think a loaded question is a... If I was gonna... I mean, we might just add it to rhetoric, just to be out of uncertainty. But I'm thinking, like, irrelevant evidence, maybe? Nah. No, let's just add it to rhetoric. Because that's kind of what it is. It's just you believe that somebody is doing something. You might say, if somebody asks, a famous example, have you stopped beating your wife? Like, they clearly genuinely believe that you were beating your wife before. Now, or unless they were trolling you. And well, actually, don't make fun of me like that. This is like, I can imagine these extremely introverted philosophers, like, going around like, no, why is people being so rude to me? I'm making jokes at my expense. I need a slipper, by the way. That's why I got up. There we go. Sorry, there's a slipper hidden under my desk. Oh, there we go. So yeah, you are entitled to believing what you already believe. Loaded questions are extremely useful for communicating information faster. There are many questions which we... There are many times in life where you want to get to the information as fast as possible, so you will use loaded questions in order to get that, where the assumption is built in. The only point loaded questions become a problem is when you disagree with the premise hidden in it. And then there, again, it's just annoying. It's not actually bad. Oh. I gotta do some shit. I gotta tidy up my bedside table. I wonder if I do... We'll do that. We'll do something creative. Well, we'll probably add another line under in cursive where I kind of Letter question, false dilemma.
The false dilemma fallacy, also called the black and white fallacy,
So what is a
occurs when
false
someone
dilemma?
misrepresents an issue by offering only two options when more exist, or by presenting the options as mutually exclusive when they are not.
So what is a false dilemma fallacy? Let's see. So I space out easily when I'm thinking about this because it's like I feel like I want to make the argument more clearly to him. I want to explain it more to him why it annoyed. I got someone accused me of using a false dilemma fallacy, and really obviously wasn't. And I wanted to like yell at him, but I took a break instead and just went and did something else. But yeah. Okay, let's get back to there. What would the fallacy category be? Is it a social information? No. Is it a problem of induction? Maybe. Is it rejection of other fallacies? Almost certainly not. Is it irrelevant evidence? No. Let's just add it to rhetoric. Huh? Oh. So my limited, I love that phrase. Our only limit is your limited imagination. This is from a Yogscast song. My limited imagination is apparently a fallacy. The idea that I can only see two perspectives here is apparently construed as a logical fallacy. I am presenting this. If somebody presents you as you only have the two options, shoot Frank and shoot Mike, then the assumption is that you have a trolley problem. Either the train goes there or the train goes there. You engage with the question honestly. But apparently, if somebody gives you this kind of perception and you spot, but you, given the situation you've given me, actually you could do this other thing. You could shoot the ceiling, right? You could shoot the machine that makes the choice. You could shoot yourself, whatever. The concept of the idea here that because you hadn't thought of all of the possibilities doesn't necessarily mean that it means that it's like you still have this is a very integral problem with the logic in general, and the problem of fallacies in general is because we can't have certain knowledge, this sort of pursuit of absolutely certain arguments effectively undermines every argument that has ever existed, because they're all fallacies, but the fallacies are all based on our own ignorance. Oh, that's what the category should be. Our own ignorance. So if you don't know something, so Control B. So, our own ignorance is fallacious, apparently. It doesn't actually undermine the reason. Like, if somebody gives you a false dichotomy, false dilemma, false choice, they, with like assuming good faith, you should always assume good faith. You always assume charitability. If you're not assuming charitability, you've already failed. You've already just given up the argument. You assume charitability not necessarily because you think they are charitable, but or like if you think they're good, they genuinely mean, but because you should deal with their actual arguments and not like what you think their reasons for believing things are. You deal with what they think their reasons for believing things are. Address their own beliefs on their own terms, rather than insisting that actually no, they just do this for other reasons. Like insisting to a Trump supporter they're just there for the group hugs or whatever. Like, yeah, so are you probably, for whatever political party you get her Jimmy is off to. This is how it works. People, if you start directing your ire at people's reasoning, then you start having really big problems. Okay. Shoot my false dilemma. Yeah. We did that. A straw man, a misrepresentation of your opinion. That is also 100% their own ignorance. So, if somebody is strawmanning your argument, I'm now thinking back to they didn't accuse me, but I remember situations where like, is this what you mean? I was like, no, you've misunderstood me. And I was like, but it follows logically from all of the other things you said. I was like, no, you've misunderstood. I'm like, explain your argument instead of insisting that I've misunderstood you, instead of insisting that this is a straw man, instead of insisting that I've done something wrong in interpreting your argument. Actually put in the fucking work. Actually explain to me why the argument is wrong. Don't just sit there fancily saying that, no, you just don't understand. Yes, I know I don't understand. If I understood, I would either not talk to you anymore because I think you're too stupid to talk to, or I would be on your side. Of course I don't understand. It's insane.
Fallacy. A strawman fallacy happens when one rebuts an argument by misconstruing it. Circular reasoning. The circular reasoning fallacy.
Yeah, because that's the false. What's the strawman? Yeah. Circular reasoning. Circular reasoning
is an argument that assumes the very thing it is.
I think it's funny because the example they use here is, for me,
trying to prove is true. Instead of offering evidence, it simply repeats the conclusion.
Because who decides what bedtime means? The person who's telling you it's time to go to bed. You are not the decider of bedtime. Bedtime is not a logical, is not a state of the universe that you have to appeal to. It is a decision made by the people in authority positions. It's like, why are you arresting me? I only murdered someone. And I'm like, well, murder is illegal. And I'm like, well, why is it illegal? Because it is. It doesn't, like, any more depth to that is entirely irrelevant. This would be irrelevant evidence, maybe. So I think, I'm maybe being a little bit distracted because obviously I can think of situations where circular reasoning has been applied. But it seems to me, this example is an example which indicates that the exact opposite of their point. When their point, namely, what it indicates is that our reasoning is circular. What it indicates is that there are situations in which circular reasoning is valid, and the context in which they are valid is contexts in which you have stated the effective, it's where the question why only appeals to irrelevant evidence. It's why it's a situation. Actually, it is a rejection of other fallacies. It's a rejection of red herrings. Rejection of red herrings. Because that's essentially what it is. It's saying that the question you're asking is non-fallacious. So this is a logically valid argument. It's time for you to go to bed. And he says, why? Well, the reason why is because I have stated it is time for you to go. If a parent states to you it is time to go to bed, then that is the reason why it is time to go to bed. Their parents' will is the reason. I want you to go to bed. I don't want to go. It doesn't matter. I decide. And you might, oh, why isn't that showing the reasoning? Well, because it's bedtime. But because the statement in and of itself, it's time for you to go to bed, contains all of the necessary information. Because it is the implication of the person stating it. Unless, unless it's one of your peers saying it's time to go to bed, it's not actually interesting. This is when I would go to bed, because it's bedtime. Yeah, actually, no, it's true even then. If you are discussing with your friend group, and they're like, well, it's time to go to bed now. You go, why? Because it's bedtime. That's valid argument. If it's their bedtime, then it's their bedtime. The time to go to bed argument, it's time you go to bed. There are absolutely contexts in which this is absolutely relevant, and the idea is that if you don't, that's a statement or an idea is self-sufficient. A statement or I think, therefore I am. Why? Oh, because I think, therefore I am. I am. So you say why? Because I think. You say why? And I think, well, I have to. Because the concept in and of itself, because in and of itself stating I think is a truth. You don't need an argument for this, because some statements are inherently self-validating. Circular reasoning, I think it's a rejection of the red herring fallacy.
Rendering the argument logically incoherent. Appeal to authority fallacy.
An appeal to authority.
It is a form of argument in which the mere fact that an influential figure holds a certain position is used as evidence that the position itself is correct. Appeal to...
So most of the information you have will be of this category. Most of the information you have will be of expert testimony, consistency. I'm curious if I'm going to shave soon. I don't like when it gets too fluffy. I like that it's scraggly and stuff, but I don't like that it goes sideways. Anyway, enough about my appearance. Appeal to authority.
Nature fallacy.
It's
an argument in which it is proposed that a thing is good because it is natural, or bad because it is unnatural. It's a fallacy because the unstated primary premise,
I like it.
What is natural is good, is typically irrelevant and an opinion.
And an opinion. Oh no. It's typically irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. It's the most relevant thing you could possibly imagine. It might be false, as the demonstration here shows, it is false. There are many contexts in which natural things are bad for you, like viruses and bacteria and things that are basically designed to eat you. And there are things we have invented which are designed to stop things eating you, which are then inherently positive and artificial. But the concept here that what's natural is good is the most relevant concept you could have. It's a hidden premise, sure, very interesting. Is that irrelevant evidence? I'm going to put it under irrelevant evidence. It's probably of most... I mean, actually, no. It's under our own ignorance. Okay, let's think about this. So... It's under our own ignorance because of the statement, the inherent hidden premise, what is natural is good. So if somebody genuinely believes that this is true, then they're going to make appeals to nature, and they're going to be logically valid because they genuinely believe that what is natural is good. You have to actually address the reasoning to show that it is fallacious. You can't just say, well, actually, the appeals to nature are fallacious. No, you go and say, well, actually, what's natural isn't always good. Because what appeals to nature are only fallacious if and only if what's natural isn't necessarily good. So the logic is about reasoning, right? So if you have false premises, even if perfect logic, you can get to false conclusions. An appeal to nature has perfect reasoning. The reasoning is impeccable. It's just the premise is really false. So absolutely not fallacious, not at all, not even a fallacy. I should maybe make that an own category, but I mean the general point I'm trying to get at here is you should try and put yourself into the shoes of the person making the fallacy. Try and see their reasoning through. And if at any point you're in your process of seeing the reasoning through, you go, that's a fallacy, then you're not seeing the reasoning through. You're just sort of rejecting it. And no, actually, this is false. I'm right. You're wrong. I'm going to put up my chair so I can lean a little bit more. Let's make it capitalized. Reasoning is correct, but the premises are not. Okay, where are we? There we go. I'm like every time I'm tempted to, because I have OBS up on the screen here, which is why I'm staring at my own face way too much. But every time I'm like tempted. Oh, I wonder if I do this, can I still have that up, or do I have to? Can I have this up and everything else? No, I can't. Tragic. Interesting. But anyway. Oh, we can put it there. Perfect. Warning, the stream... whatever. So the warning I keep getting is low bitrate. Stream rate of 16,000 kbps. I can change that if I want to. I should check my streams to see if they're actually if they're insanely laggy or anything because of the bitrate thing. But I mean, Twitch doesn't complain, so I'm gonna go ahead and assume it's not actually a problem. I mean, I'm not like playing COD. I'm just sitting here watching a YouTube video and writing. Yeah, okay.
Composition fallacy. It arises when one infers that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some.
No, sorry. That's a problem of induction fallacy. Yes, I remember that from yesterday. We don't need fallacy after every single one of these. Composition. So yeah, if you have limited information, the composition is an absolutely great point to start. What this is actually talking about, or the reason this might be fallacious at all, because it's obviously not fallacious. Obviously, it's just a problem of induction. But if it's there is one later which I don't. Oh yeah, I can't just read it all. But it's essentially you're thinking of groups of people. And sociology and statistics are less less domino-y than like a car. What is car is made of. So yeah, no, 100%. If you find a tire and you know nothing about cars, assume that that this is a good representation. That said, if you see a car and you know what a tire is made of, you'd be able to extrapolate. But anyway.
Part of the whole.
White photoshop is made from.
Division fallacy. The division fallacy occurs when...
So this is obviously just the same one. Because if you have limited information, if you have limited information, use the information you got. Make your best guess. Guessing is great. Great. It is not illogical to make guesses. Yeah, I contend that there is not a single person. I just insisted, in fact, that the only true thing in philosophy is a circular argument. So yeah, no, I would insist, in fact, that anyone who has done any reasoning at any point in their lives anyone who's tried to understand reality in any sense actively engages with fallacies all of the time. Fallacious reasoning is the best way, like, it's the shortcuts. It's how we think about things. And the real point of this isn't that actually they're logically bad. The real key insight here the fallacies are annoying, not illogical. That's the point I'm trying to make here. That's let's make it into a title. And let's remove that then, because we made it into title. Fallacies are annoying, not logical. That's the problem with fallacies. Like, if somebody's using fallacies against you, the problem isn't the logical inconsistencies of using fallacies. The problem is, I don't really want to have to go through all of their arguments right now. It's so tedious to have to explain to them all of the things. Pick one. If you've every point of fallacious reasoning is a point of argument that you have to engage with to the best of your ability. And if there are any in the problem of induction category, you're fucked, because induction is impossible. So, like, you can insist that that their generalization is too hasty all you want, but why? Like, they have some evidence. They think they have enough evidence. You don't think they have enough evidence. So you saying that's a hasty generalization is simply restating the position I disagree with you. You could just have said, I don't think so, and you would have added as much. But because you've said, oh, that's a fallacy, you feel like you've actually added anything of value. You haven't. Explain why that's wrong. Don't just say that it is. And this is very context dependent, because if somebody says, I don't think we have, or if you're trying to explain to someone you don't think that's enough evidence, and then you're not just interested in, like, if somebody tries to prove to you that evolution didn't happen, creationism is, God made everything as is, he didn't use evolution to create us, which I very strongly disagree with. Even though I'm like mostly atheist, I'm like, this is the most theologically inept thing I have ever heard. Of course God used evolution. Why are you not looking at creation to learn how creation works? Why are you saying, that's a very different digression. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is you're arguing with somebody you think are generalizing too much. If they are generalizing too much about, say, biology, then the evidence standard is very, very high, because we know a lot about evolution. We have a lot of evidence for it. But if they're arguing that actually black holes are fuzzy, then you're like, well, it's maybe. Sure, go for it. You need less information about things we know less about. And therein, like, yes, that's how I explain it. And because you need less information about the things you know less about for the generalization to be valid, let's add that. Therefore, so what I'm trying to get at with this point is that it is inherently impossible to know somebody is using a fallacy unless you know the truth. And of course you think you know the truth, but so did they. So if you want to feel like you know that, if you can't actually tell somebody's using a fallacy unless after you've gone through. You can say, I'm pretty sure they're using a fallacy. But the idea that their argument is illogical stems entirely from your ability to understand the logic. It stems entirely from something that is flawed, your conception of the thing. And if your conception was perfect, then you'd probably do a better job of convincing them. That said, of course, there are people who just are resilient to counter-information, and it's much harder to know how to appeal to people than it is to know how to prove something being true or false. And this is kind of the point of the fallacies, actually. You should be very much aware of, you should actually be employing these quite aggressively in order to make your argument convincing. Because you should, or at least employing them aggressively might be a little bit too excessive, but you're trying to move around them, trying to divert the shortcuts of our brain and use those shortcuts to divert information. Or You can go around and undermine all your shortcuts. I just want to say from personal experience, if you genuinely succeed in undermining all of these shortcuts, you're just stuck. There's just no information possible to have. All information is inherently unknowable. All that I know is that I know nothing. And because I know that I know nothing, I'm so very suspicious of all of you people going around insisting that you know lots. Let's see, division fallacy.
One reason that something that is true for a whole must also be true for all or some of its parts. Affirming the consequent. Affirming the consequent is the fallacy of taking a true conditional statement, such as, if the lamp were broken, then the room would be dark, under certain assumptions like it is nighttime and the windows are closed, and invalidly inferring its converse, the room is dark.
It's that, our own ignorance of the problem. Our own ignorance of the problem of induction are very much overlapping, but the problem of induction is much more general. Yeah, I think it is the problem of induction. Nah, I think kind of feels like it's a problem of induction, but the reason I want to add it to our own ignorance is essentially there's hidden premises here that influence whether or not it's an implication or an if and only if statement, a conditional if. And the kind of the difficulty here is that I'm warm, weirdly warm. I should be wearing pants that aren't this warm. Oh, I can wear those. I'll do that next time I get bothered leaving. So affirming the consequent. There are hidden premises that make this a problem. It's not inherently unknowable. So that's why. How do some what's it called? I'm just going to call it an if. If and only if. We almost only used implication, so consequent. This is cool because in logic, this is cool if you're studying logic, because in logic you have this. I'm just going to do it in Paint. In logic you have this sort of concept which is called an implication. So that if A, then B. And so the question is then, well, not B. Question mark. Do we know anything about A then? If we know that not B is true, can we know anything about A? Well, no, we can't know anything about A because it's only if A, then B. If not B, then maybe A. But if we do know that if not A, then not B. That's true. So not A leads to, not B. But not B does not lead to not A. And that's the cool thing about implication. However, you have this other implication, which goes both ways. And this one is also known as if and only if. So in this context you have, my face is a little bit in the way, but I'll move this. Let's move everything a little bit over. Actually, no, let's move this over here. So if not A implies not B, but not B does not imply not A, but you have this implication. And so what I'm getting at here by mentioning this is that essentially this is only interesting if you know that you have a conditional, if you're only dealing with a conditional. But a lot of conditionals are ifs and only ifs. And that's why ifs are typically used a lot more in computer science. Why I'm not very familiar with if and only if. But it's also not very interesting from a point of view of like the logic. The difficult logic bit is the implication. Is this probably inferring the consequent? Is this intuition that actually, if we know that not B, then we should think that not A? But that's not true. And the way to think of this is if you make an example, because then you realize immediately, oh, it could be something else that is doing both. The lamp could be off for another reason, or than it is broken. The room could be dark because they taped over something over the windows, right? There are alternate explanations. There are alternate interpretations of this. It's essentially a false dichotomy. It's just logically interesting. It's interesting from the context of somebody who has studied formal logic and who's like dealing with trying to explain or even just remember what they've learned.
So the lamp must be broken. Anecdotal fallacy. The anecdotal fallacy occurs when people use their limited personal...
Anecdotal fallacy. The anecdotal fallacy. It has to be the problem with induction, of course. I wonder if I can write. I can't really read, but maybe I can write. How do I got that? I was gonna say 2 hours in and I'm only this far, but I remember, yeah, we did some other stuff. I don't have to worry. I'm not that
experience to draw sweeping conclusions about a given topic. Appeal to emotion fallacy. It's a technique.
Appeal to emotion. Oh, so tempting. But okay. So the most obvious cases where appeals to emotion are relevant is moral arguments, where you're kind of stuck if you can't use appeals to emotion. Or I mean, at least not moral arguments, meta-ethical arguments. The specific moral arguments, you just find some sort of ethical principle you can agree on and try and sort of debate that. But if you're actually debating the basis of ethics and morality, you're appealing to emotion. You're just appealing to the intuitions that are built into us. Oh God, that's not what I wanted. Go away.
Technique characterized by the manipulation of the other person's emotions in...
I should have just played this. This is such... See, I was kind of hoping that the end of this video was just... Because it's called the fallacy. I was just hoping that it would just be him making fun of it. Because why should I give you the last piece of cake?
In order to win an argument, especially in the...
That's a good reason. That's why... Yeah, that's a good reason why you should give him the last piece of cake. Should I call it irrelevant evidence? Yeah, let's call it irrelevant. Because, except for this context, the reason that it would be fallacious is because the argument is, or the information is irrelevant. So yeah, in the context of where would you like to spend your cake? You have cake, you can spend it. You can either spend it on yourself, increasing your happiness. You can spend it on someone else, increasing their happiness by more. And in addition to this, you increase your happiness a little bit more because you're giving it away. You feel like you've done something good. You increase your sense of self-satisfaction. Which is, by the way, why everyone does moral things. You don't actually need any understanding beyond selfishness to comprehend moral behavior. Because moral behavior essentially stems from this feeling of self. What the fuck are you? Oh, that's the you. Maybe we should be worried. Yeah, it still says good. Who cares? So yeah.
Absence of factual evidence. Burden of
The absence of factual. It is factually true that he had a. You could even debate it from that basis. You could say, well, actually, I saw you smiling more today than you did yesterday. And it's like, well, I've had a bad week, and you can engage with this as an argument. If you can engage with it as an argument, it's not fallacious. It's true or false depending on the context. Right? It's the utility of the logic. The logic is coherent depending on how you apply it. The application of emotion, the appeal to emotion, is not inherently illogical. It's inherently a necessary step of evidence gathering. Essentially saying what is the things that we care about in this conversation. It can also be used very maliciously. But we're not dealing with that right now, because what we're dealing with more interestingly and more usefully, I think, is why people use fallacies. And the reason people use fallacies is because they are relevant. Because all of the fallacies are useful, relevant, interesting, valid, sometimes logically valid, sometimes coherent, sometimes they're expressing their own beliefs. But there's nothing inherently bad about using fallacies. What's bad, or like the only interesting thing about its logical validity, is our ability to analyze them after the fact. So yeah, burden of
proof fallacy.
I think that's
the burden of proof lies with the one who makes a claim, not the one.
Oh, did I write something about the burden of proof fallacy here? Our own ignorance. Burden of proof. If I don't understand what you do, then let's do it as with great knowledge. So as we know, as we already discussed, knowledge is power. So the T, then the burden is on you to explain it to me. Because with great knowledge comes great responsibility. If you understand something and they don't, then yeah, the burden of proof is on them. The reason, for instance, but like I be a little bit more charitable. I know I'm familiar with the burden of proof fallacy in the context of, again, evolution, and typically it's like, well, prove that this is the case, and it's like, well, okay, here's all the evidence we have, and it's like, can't prove it. Well, no, of course not. Knowledge is inherently unprovable. So the essential problem you get here is, again, since all that I know is that I know nothing. And I don't actually want to add like this kind of level of understanding. If I don't understand something which you understand, your burden of proof. You have the burden of explanation, I'd say. The burden of explanation.
One who denies it. The burden of proof fallacy happens when a person
proving a negative is very, very difficult. But since proving anything is inherently impossible, we got this.
Tries to remove their need to provide proof for many reasons.
Proving a negative is possible. Again, square root of 2 is irrational, is a proof by a negative. You're assuming, or you're proving that 2 is not rational. That's how you prove that it is irrational, by proving that it is not rational. And unlike in other things, we know for fact, it's very easy to know that this is not a false dilemma. Because they're defined by each other. Like the irrational numbers are defined as numbers which are not rational, which cannot be written as any number a divided by 2, or a divided by b.
No true Scotsman fallacy. It's an attempt to defend a generalization of a certain group.
No true Scotsman fallacy is like, it feels like the best setup for a joke. It feels like it is just a setup for a joke. And philosophers have had too much fun with this one. It's like an April Fool's paper. Like, oh yeah, we're going to write about the no true Scotsman fallacy, you know, the one we were talking about on the pub. Yeah. That's 100% what happened. So... no true Scotsman fallacy.
Excluding any counterexamples for not being pure enough.
Defending a generalization of a group. Highly specific. I think it's again our own ignorance. We don't know what defines a true Scotsman. I mean, yeah, it's not... is it irrelevant evidence? It might be irrelevant evidence. Yeah, because the argument relies on the concept of irrelevant evidence rather than relying on our own ignorance. It's not just saying, well, I don't actually well, how should we know what a true Scotsman is? It's saying that the idea of a trueness of the Scotsman is irrelevant. Okay, now that I've categorized it, how do we explain why it is so appealing? Apart from the humor of it, I'm going to start with that. Humorous. But apart from the humor of it, apart from the amusing reality of actually imagining someone making this argument, and of all the contexts in which you would typically make this only for the sake of a punchline. Okay, so like I'm trying to sort of get into the argument. So I'm imagining somebody now in the modern world. It's like very politically incorrect, but say that they think that all Muslims are terrorists, and you go, well, look at this and this and that Muslim, and they go, well, if they really believed what they said they believed, they would be terrorists. So they're not actually Muslims, and so the argument here is that, well, the argument in the example I'm presenting leaves you a little bit of leeway because you can sort of pretend that you're sort of, it's an ideological purity test. The reason you can argue that they're not true is because they don't diligently defer to the ideology sufficiently enough. But oh yeah, I guess that's the question then. Like, because that's a really, is belonging to the group that is being generalized does belonging to the group have an ideology? So this is entirely reasonable. Probably shouldn't say entirely, because there are, of course, examples where you could be unreasonable in this application, but the idea being that it's reasonable to base your interpretation of the membership of a group which has which is ideologically based. Like, well, he's not a communist. Well, he believes in this and that, and like, but he doesn't believe this and like. Okay, for example, I'm some social democrat, and I get the impression, I haven't been to America, but I get the impression that if I go to America, I will either be meet a lot of people who call me a communist, or a lot of communists who think I'm on their side. But the thing. But then if somebody says, well, but if I was going to argue against me being a communist, I would say, well, and they would say, well, you believe in this and that. You would like try to do the ideological test, and I would say, well, I'm not a true communist because I don't believe in this and this and that. I don't believe in the dissolution of the markets, for instance. And so being a true communist is something which doesn't require an ideological purity test. So it's less silly than being a Scotsman. But to go back in time a little bit, being a Scotsman might have been a political position. It's not just, you're not just from Scotland. You are like a Scottish nationalist might be what they meant by a no true Scotsman. Like, a real Scotsman is a Scottish nationalist. A person who isn't a Scottish nationalist would then be considered some kind of Brit, right? So it can definitely be a useful category, and if it's an ideological based category, then it's also entirely reasonable to do purity tests for this concept. Purity tests are an inherent property of ideological groups, and is necessary for ideological groups to remain ideological. If it doesn't have an ideological test, then you're a member of the group not because of your ideology. Then it's like when I was arguing with feminists, and I met like a feminist and who kept insisting she was a feminist, and I was like, eventually I snapped and I said, well, I'm an anti-feminist. She thought this. She was worried that I was upset with her, which I wasn't. I just every time she said she was a feminist, my brain went, oh no, you're one of those feminists. And to me, that was the incident. Like, well, she's not I would probably rationalize at some point, well, she's not a true feminist, but like, she's not the feminist of the kind of people I reject. She's just so. But I mean, the idea then would be that the ideological component of feminism is bigger, but how do you make categories? What is the usefulness of categories? All of these depends on, it might be useful to have categories which are ideological dependent. It might be useful to not have. It might be useful to have them just by self-identification. It might be useful to have them by some sort of physical identification. But what is the best way of doing it? Well, it just occurred to me that no true woman is a fallacy that's being used quite a lot. But I mean, in that case, it is a question. Do biologists care about gender? No, they care about male and female. They care about sexual reproduction. That's the only thing a biologist really cares about. So they shouldn't be concerned about that. Do they care about it in like birth thing? In medicine, they probably, because it's you have to do all of the stuff through medicine. But when giving birth, you don't actually care if its gender is different from its body. You care about what the body looks like right now, right? So we're describing these sort of. There are many useful boxes, and it might be, at a certain point, it is useful to distinguish between a person who expresses themselves in a feminine way and a person who expresses themselves in a masculine way. And it can also be even more useful if they are passing in whatever gender they experience. These categories are more useful than stringent appeals to, like, what is necessarily like, whether or not you should apply the no true woman fallacy, to call it that, it depends on the context. Like, if somebody says, well, their dog is male gendered, but she's a female, and I'm like, well, biologically speaking, we don't care. She's gonna have babies, right? Like she's now pregnant because another dog fucked her. Like, well, it doesn't matter what her perceived gender is. It's not relevant for the question of whether or not she can become pregnant. It's not relevant. Like, it might be relevant for their personality, but yeah. And I say this having a German Shepherd who was abnormally large for a girl. I can say with some degree of certainty that the gendered expression of dogs is not actually very interesting. But it's also like there are contexts in which it is interesting, and there are contexts in which it isn't interesting, and the contexts and understanding what these contexts are depends on. Yeah, there are contexts in which this where it is not, and what decides this is whether or not. Context in which this is valid, and context where it is not, and what decides whether or not it is valid is whether or not is the context. Like, you have to analyze the argument in the situation. You have to, in fact, if somebody makes a no true Scotsman fallacy at you, you have to take them seriously to figure out if it's a no true Scotsman fallacy. You can't know, like, your belief that it is a no true Scotsman fallacy from the beginning diminishes your ability to actually analyze the argument, and you can only know that it was a no true Scotsman fallacy like with some degree of certainty when the person you're arguing with is agreed with you. Actually, that didn't follow from the premises, which is, from experience, never going to happen. So yeah. Oh, the Texas sharpshooter. That was a fun fallacy. I remember it was there's another name for it. Confirmation bias. Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and do one more of these. Oh, I realize why I have because I write like this, so I have a gap here for my hand. Like when I was a kid, I used to go to the hairdresser, and they always asked me like, "Where do you part your hair? Like which way?" And I'm like, "I don't fucking know. Whatever way it falls." And they were like, "Well, it has to fall a certain way." And for a while, I paid attention to it, and I was like, "No, it can fall." I mean, my hair was like this. So like it would fall any direction, and I would just sort of pull it out of my face and hope. But like now I realize that actually years of sitting like this writing has just pulled my hair back from this specific area. There we go, nice and messy, just the way it should be. Like, interesting. Bathroom break, not in effect anymore.
Texas sharpshooter fallacy. The Texas sharpshooter fallacy takes its name from the metaphor of a gunman shooting and then drawing targets around the bullet hole clusters to make it look like he hit the target. It illustrates how people first figure out what their conclusion is and then go looking for data that supports it, ignoring differences and randomness.
Ignoring differences in randomness. So ignoring differences in randomness. I think confirmation bias would fall under our own ignorance. Texas sharpshooter. If you believe in your position, it's not just that you're looking for evidence to support your claim. It feels like that when you're talking to people, which goes back to what I said. It's not actually illogical, it's annoying. But it feels like they're just ignoring all of the evidence that's contrary. But the evidence that's agreeing with them like pops out. Whereas the evidence which disagrees kind of sort of fades away into this murkiness of, well, is that what they... I don't understand what they mean exactly. Like, if you knew everything, if you had like a perfect understanding of everyone's argument at all times, then yes, I can understand that I can understand that it would be true. If we have information about everything at all times, then it would be true that they're just sort of selectively picking out. But they don't have the complete understanding of the contrary position. That's why we're having discussion, because from sitting at home doing their own thinking, this is what they arrived at, and they need your creativity to see another alternative. You can't just, you can, but you should. It's not useful to them or to you to. Yeah, if you're having an argument, if you're having a discussion, the idea is, the goal is, the thing that gains you value is by using their creativity, by using their ability to see things a different way. It's like having it's like we're all stopped clocks, but we're all stopped at different times, and we don't know what the clock would look like if it was stopped at a different time. And so we go around and it's like, what does your clock say? And it's like, it says this, and it says, but that's not what mine says. And like, how can we test it? Like, we all have our own stopped clock we're looking at, and we're all trying to test it against each other. And in order to actually comprehend their point of view, we would need their point of view. So, yeah. We don't review. Same as with the false dilemma. Like, you have a limited imagination, and that shouldn't be considered illogical. It should be considered understandable, or even, it's just a part of the discussion. It's just a part of our limited ability to understand things. So essentially, the reason it's not fallacious is that it's based on our own ignorance. It's based on the fact that we have a limited, like, all of the knowledge up here somewhere above the screen, and this is the knowledge we have, and we want to keep making more of it, but also we don't know how far up. You can't see my hand. Who knows? Maybe I'm touching the ceiling. You don't know. But very short. But no, if you are if you're trying to figure out how you're understanding reality, and you can't base whether or not you're being logical on things like this, which are after the fact assessments. You only know whether or not you've committed this fallacy, and you can only know if somebody else has committed this fallacy by fully delving through the entirety of their argument. At that point, why are we thinking about fallacies? What's the point of thinking about fallacies? Think about their argument, their reasoning, what they present to you. That's what you're dealing with, not, well, actually, that's a fallacy, and you're just being a stupid dum-dum. No. If the argument is still valid, and you wouldn't know if it was still valid, it's like the argument might still be valid, even if any of these fallacies we've listed so far. I've thought of examples where they would be valid. And so the only way for you to determine whether or not they would be valid is by actually getting into the deeps of it, actually examining the situation. And it might very well be that based on the information they had, the limited information, limited scope they had before, that their assumptions were valid. Their conclusions were as good as they could have done in the situation they were in. So I reject the idea that it's the idea that things that are based on our own interest or our limited understanding of reality, I reject as being bad. I was gonna swap, so give me a second again. Quick costume change, I think. Weirdly, because I'm too warm, not because I'm too cold, which is strange. Back to the thingamajigger. Suppressed correlative.
The attempt to redefine one of two mutually exclusive options so that one alternative encompasses the other, thus making one alternative impossible. Something like, I need to know if we should stop for lunch or not. You are either hungry or not hungry, which is it? If being hungry means...
This one is one of my favorites now, because I think this is definitely a rejection of another fallacy. This is the rejection of... It's a rejection of, well, I mean, specifically, it's a rejection of the premise of the question. So in the example, you're asking, are you hungry or not? The question you're interested in is, where are we going to stop? And the question when are we going to stop for food? And the question you ask to determine when are you going to stop for food is, are you hungry or not? The answer saying, if being hungry means being able to eat, like removing the option, like essentially saying hungry is always a state of affairs. You're basically saying whether or not I'm hungry is irrelevant to the question. The issue we're trying to determine, like you're rejecting a red herring. Yes, that's what you're doing. You're rejecting a red herring. Suppress correlative. That's also a rejection of a red herring. You're rejecting an irrelevant point. You're rejecting... And I say 11-minute video because I kind of wanted to get to I kind of wanted to get to this one specifically. Because I kind of think she's funny. I kind of think she's funny. High praise coming from me. As in the example from the 11-minute video, being hungry is irrelevant to the Oh, the dichotomy. Dichotomy. I think whether it's a rejection of a herring or a false dilemma probably depends on the context. But it is a rejection of the premise of the argument. It's rejecting the argument and skipping to the conclusion and saying, well, this category that you've made is not important. The alternative 2, who cares? Alternative 1, for the purposes of what you want to achieve, alternative 1 is the same as alternative 2. Me being hungry or me being not hungry is irrelevant for the goal of when to stop.
Being able to eat, I am always hungry. Personal incredulity fallacy. It's committed.
Personal incredulity fallacy. That's our own ignorance again. Yeah, I knew I wrote that wrong. Probably shouldn't say anything. Personal incredulity. So if you are appealing to personal incredulity, it might seem like it's so unfair that just because you can't imagine something doesn't mean it's real, not real. But they shouldn't believe in things they can't imagine. People should only believe in the things that they understand. And if they're stating, I don't believe in that, well, the only way for you to cure their incredulity is to show them, to prove to them that actually you can believe that. That's something that is comprehensible to you. So the rejection of personal incredulity is proof, evidence. That's how you counter this fallacy, this logical fallacy of not believing things until you have sufficient evidence. Yes, that's how we're going to write it. Oh, no.
When the arguer presumes that whatever is true must be easy to understand or to imagine.
No, it doesn't have to be easy to understand or imagine, but if I don't understand or imagine it, I should not believe in it. I should not pretend to understand or imagine something which which I have not understood nor imagined. It's very silly. Of course it's not a fallacy. Of course it's personal, like your incredulity. I mean, again, I understand why it's frustrating. I was like, I can't imagine. But you have such a great line of reasoning. You have somebody saying, I can't imagine that. And I'm like, oh, let me show you the wonderful world. Like, oh, but for me, like if somebody can't imagine something weird and fantastical, I often appeal to other things that they have imagined or which they can imagine, or which are easier to imagine. And then you go from there. Like space-time. Space and time are a four-dimensional fabric that is stretched by matter. I can't imagine that. None of the people I know can imagine that. But what they can imagine is a rubber sheet with some lead balls on it. That, my friends, is very easy to imagine. And so, if you, like, the idea that things can distort, matter can distort space-time in such a way, that space can be distorted in such a way, essentially just if you are incredulous, if you cannot understand how space-time can be distorted in such a way, then the contrary argument to that is showing something else which can behave in that way. And then if they still go, but I can't imagine why space-time would work in that way. That's a good question. We're trying to figure that out. Like, well, I mean, we have observed the phenomenon which only correspond to this. But if you have a better explanation that also can explain this phenomenon, then that would be very satisfying. If you're a more intuitive one, please go for it. So it's like, absolutely, you should. Personal incredulity is a good reason not to believe something.
Ambiguity fallacy. It happens when an unclear phrase with multiple definitions is used within the argument. Therefore, it does not support the conclusion.
Ambiguity. Did I make something fun for that? Oh, it's our own. Yeah, it's our own ignorance again. It might be irrelevant evidence, but I think it's our own ignorance. Something is ambiguous, it means I don't understand. If I don't understand, the point of the discussion is to make me understand. Why is this so hard? If something is ambiguous, it means puns, by the way, are all of this. I think honestly this is more effective at judging humor, or like categorizing humor, because I feel like every single one of these, like, oh, somebody told the philosopher a joke, the philosopher didn't get it, and so he analyzed it logically and said, it doesn't make any sense, it's completely illogical, why are all these people so stupid? And well, the realization was actually they're not that stupid, you didn't understand the joke they were telling you. You're the stupid one. That's the real key thing. The problem with most people's thinking is that you have responsibility, you have power, you have the capacity to understand. It is as likely that you are committing the fallacy as the person you are arguing against is committing the fallacy. Why are they so horrendously, disgustingly dirty all the time? I need to do like a proper clean and not just one of those polishes. Yeah. I wonder if I can scrape them off. Kind of. This will be the worst stream in the history of streaming, but that is on the outside. Did that help? A little bit. I guess we could do the same on the other side then. So, what am I getting at? Yeah, we should probably open another one. Ambiguity fallacy. I guess what I'm getting at is that... Yeah, I mean, it is just ambiguity of language can make things unclear. You have to clear up these ambiguities.
Genetic fallacy. The genetic fallacy is the act of rejecting or accepting an argument solely on the basis of its origin rather than its...
Oh, we get to go all the way up to the top again. So, So in the context here, like, no, the Nazis were the first to ban public smoking. Well, the reason why this might be relevant, of course we know from experience now that it isn't, but if you can imagine a situation where nobody had banned public smoking and we're like, well, actually the Nazis did it first, well, actually maybe they were the only ones who could do it because of this police state, the amount of control they had over the society they lived in. That's a reasonable-ish position to start from. It could be reasonable to bring up the origins of an idea in understanding what actually, like, in most cases what happens is we apply an idea in a new situation, but then we're actually making a new idea. We're taking an old idea and modernizing it. And this, we can't just steal the glory of the people who invented the first idea, the inspiration we had. We have to actually admit that this is our idea. We can't rest on the laurels of somebody else who have invented a similar idea. We have to actually address the idea we are presenting. So in those cases, like the genetic fallacy isn't applicable. But in the cases of, I'm kind of sort of, it's kind of the inverse of the appeal to authority here, right? I think I should add that. And it has the same sort of tone here. I mean, for that reason, we could actually put it the other way, but I put it in rejection of other fallacies. But I don't think that's sufficient, because it's not just the rejection of the appeal to authority, it's the inverse appeal to authority. It's the appeal to negative authority. It's appeal to this people who believed this and did this, they were bad. They were like stupid, evil, whatever. More likely more of a type of an ad hom. But that's why I have, like, it's under social information. If you have social information, but this is the kind of people who would introduce this kind of law, and you don't want to be a part of those kinds of people, then that is a good shortcut. That's a great shortcut. That's how humans work. Much better than actually having to work through literally every single law and go, well, that actually does make ethical sense. That's too tedious. Way too much time. No humans do this. I mean, maybe they do, but they're stuck at uni. They're not going anywhere. They're not seeing anyone. They're not talking to people. They're just completely lost in their books. And that's one of... I'm not going to say that's why I dropped out of philosophy. I dropped out of philosophy because I'm fucking incompetent. But that's like why... What I felt like was the problem when I was studying philosophy was that, sure, there's loads of great and cool ideas here, but nobody's actually sharing them with the world. There's no pop philosophy guy going, well, actually, or I mean, you have this. This is what we got, and this is a failure because it's all of this fallacy fixation, fetishization, is a means to limit your ability to critically think rather than your ability to critically think about your own ideas. Because it is only a tool for which to dismiss other ideas. It's not a tool for which to, or at least it's not presented as a tool for which to analyze your ideas. This is what we want to do here. We want to present it as a tool for analyzing your own ideas. Well, you wouldn't trust a hypocrite. So, in the context in which you are saying, well, they're clearly a hypocrite, you might, if you want to actually use this sort of fallacy to be philosophically interesting, to be a better, more reasonable, more logical person, you should go through your own arguments and see that you are applying them, how you're applying them, and why you feel justified in applying them in these situations. The fallacy hunting should be done in your own arguments, not in the arguments of other people.
Content. Middle ground fallacy. It's the fallacy that the truth is always in the middle of two opposites. Affirming a
middle ground fallacy is that. No. I didn't want
affirming
to.
A disjunct fallacy
here.
occurs when, given an either or.
Stop. Middle ground fallacy. And this is really bad because it's not two opposites. Middle ground fallacy. Oh, it's a rejection of a false dichotomy. It's a rejection of a false dilemma. Okay. I think that's enough to say about it, honestly, because it feels like that's the entire purpose of that kind of... Yeah. Think of all of these fallacies as tools. And the tool you're using here, the middle ground tool, is something you pull out when somebody is like, feel like you're getting too few options. Your middle ground fallacy toolbox starts going, but actually, in the middle of these two, there's another option. And in the middle of those two, there's another. In the middle of those, like, you start fractalizing the whole thing, and you start seeing all of the different options. So it's middle ground fallacy is just sort of a brain tool. Or it's a very good example of why these fallacies are brain tools, shortcuts, ways of thinking, methods for making judgments effectively or interacting with other people in discussions effectively.
Affirming a disjunct. The affirming a disjunct fallacy occurs when, given an either-or scenario, you wrongly assume that if one statement or outcome is true, the other one cannot be true. Appeal to...
Affirming the disjunct. So that's like falling for the false dilemma, right? I mean, honestly, that one I don't even want to write down because it feels like there are two different ones. You have, it's affirming the consequent. Because, the idea problem here is let's go through.
Opposites. Affirming a disjunct. The affirming a disjunct fallacy occurs when, given an either-or scenario, you wrongly assume that if one statement or outcome is true, the other one cannot be true.
You're given an either-or scenario. So you're given a false statement. I mean, the thing is, it's again logically interesting because you have inclusive or and exclusive or. But in the case of all of the things we usually use in normal parlance, there's one of those silly things about or. Inclusive or and or is like that's what you would write. You would write and/or. You wouldn't write or. You would only write or if you meant exclusive or, which means either or. But of course you can do it in either way. You can write or and it can mean either thing. But we're now, we're relying on our own ignorance of the logic, yeah? Yeah, it is. I kind of wanted to add it to their ones. Wait, where is it? Oh, it is ironing. Yeah, fair enough. Affirming a disjunct. It's the same category as the other one. I'm actually going to move it. If somebody says Max is a mammal or Max is a cat, then I'm addressing their statement. I'm going to assume they meant exclusive or, because otherwise why would they even be stating it? They would state Max is a mammal and Max is a cat because all cats are mammals. So it's... it might just be that the example is confusing me by being very simplistic, but if somebody makes a statement, Max is a mammal or Max is a cat, that is the fallacy. Not then going, or that is the logically incoherent. That's the logical error. That's the problem I want to address with my argument. And if then they say, I meant inclusive or, then I go, okay, I understand. I understand what you're communicating. Before I didn't have the information needed to make that judgment. Now I have the information needed to understand your position and what you're saying. I would also say, after somebody would tell me, I'd say, you shouldn't communicate like that because it is unclear. You get run into the sort of ambiguity problems. Because or typically means exclusive or in common parlance. Should we go there or there? You don't mean should we go there and there? We mean if should we go there or there? We mean there and either there or there. We don't mean there and or there. If you say should we go there and or there, and they say why not both? Then you don't say well that's what I said. You say oh yeah sure why not? Right? The common use of language indicates. See, this is only interesting for philosophy professors. This is only context you will ever use this is in a logic class where they have told you that you're using inclusive or, and then you go, and then you forget that you're using inclusive or. It's only an appeal to your own ignorance. Only thing that is making this sort of fallacious is your own ignorance. The only fallacy here is that you don't yet know enough to understand it. You don't understand the context things are being said. But of course you should attempt to understand it. And that's kind of the annoyance here with the sort of fallacy hunting is you shouldn't restrict yourself. Like I was saying earlier that you should search yourself for fallacies. But if these are the fallacies we're searching ourselves for, then you're in a whole lot of trouble. Because most of this isn't a fallacy. This is your own lack of understanding of the situation. The point of gaining more understanding is talking about it, is discussing it, thinking about it, arguing about it, and making the statement. Actually, this is a better way of phrasing it. If you want to know what the truth is, on the internet, you go and say something which you know is false, and you know you'll be corrected by people who have to, insistently need to tell people what they're right. And in a similar way, when you're having a conversation with another human being, it doesn't matter if it's on the internet or in real life, is what I'm saying. You, by stating what you think is true, a false statement you think is true, you're more likely to get feedback. So when we're sitting here having discussions, it's very tempting to be very conciliatory, everyone already agrees, and we're trying to make everyone sort of feel like one big happy family. No, the goal is to figure out all of the things you disagree on. And to do this, you state the things you believe to be true that you don't believe that they believe to be true. You try and state it in a way which they might be convinced of it, but if you do that too well, then they will they will think they are convinced by it, and then you have to go through the whole rigmarole again. So it's silly. This isn't fallacious.
Appeal to tradition. It happens when we ignore the evidence that we should change because we have...
Appeal to tradition. That should be the problem of an... Oh, I haven't written anecdotal. What did I want to write about in that anecdotal? I didn't really want to do... I mean, that explains itself. I think appeal to tradition... It might be irrelevant evidence. Let's put it under irrelevant evidence. Or, yeah, it is under irrelevant evidence. So this one, I feel like I could put it under our own ignorance. I feel like I could put it under problem of induction. Because the problem of induction, you don't know yet. You base yourself on the thing you have the most evidence for. But at this moment... Wait, where did I put it? Oh, irrelevant evidence. But it's not irrelevant. Because it's... it's the thing you have... The thing we have the most evidence for. Because I think what we're really getting at here is that knowledge is impossible. Like, you have you have these contradictory fallacies, and you're always falling into either one or the other. Like either you have insufficient, either you're making a hasty generalization and appealing to novelty, or you're making an appeal to tradition and nature and genetic fallacy. And you're either any action or any like science, the progress of science is either fallacious in one way or fallacious in the other way. It's fallacious to improve and make new ideas because you don't have evidence for them yet. It's fallacious to rely too much on old ideas because you can't know if they're true. The problem of induction reigns supreme. Knowledge is impossible. We only have the one. We only have the one bit of knowledge, which is I think, therefore I am. And really it's only one bit of knowledge. It's I am. Something is, actually. It's not even clear that I mean, it feels like I, and you can go into, but I is a very loaded word. We know something exists. That is all we can know. Something, there is existence. Everything else is therefore logically spurious. So we're going through this and we're seeing, oh, actually there are so many logical spurious arguments. And it's like, yes, that's because all of them are. Because they have to be. Because certain knowledge is impossible and all we can do is go for approximate knowledge, for good enough, for predictive knowledge, for knowledge we can usefully use and apply, for knowledge which gains us something. We're going utilitarian, not like functional, like Platonic. We're not thinking about things as inherent truths, we're thinking of things as practically actionable realities, like actionable evidence.
Have been doing something for a long time. Sunk cost fallacy. The sunk cost fallacy is our tendency to continue with something we've invested money, effort, or time into, even if the current costs outweigh the benefits.
How would you know? If I've read half of a book, and halfway through I realize, shit, this is a bad book, I only have to read the other half to get the rest of the information from the book. If I bought the book knowing it was like if I wanted the information from the book and I knew it was a shit book, I would read 100% of the book and suffer through 100% of it to gain the amount of value I would gain from it. But if I read only 50%, so essentially we're saying, how do you determine the value you're losing versus the value you're getting? It's going to be our own ignorance, I'm afraid. Rejection of other fallacies. Is there a rejection of another fallacy? I should check these because I think more of these are rejections of other fallacies than I realize. And like I'm probably going to put appeal to. I think I have put appeal to novelty is going to happen here later, and I'm probably not going to put it. Well, I might put it in irrelevant evidence, but I might also put it in rejection of other fallacies, and then you have both of these are contrary to itself. Okay, it's sunk cost fallacy. So if you've spent how can you know? How can you know you're not going to get? Taking some risks in general. Yeah. Sometimes I want to take risks. I'll buy a book and I'll go, I don't know if this is going to be a good book, and I'll read the book. I'll read the whole book, even if it's a bad book. And I'm like, well, why would you do that? It's such a waste of time. I'm like, I don't know it was a waste of time. Still don't know if it's a waste of time. I don't have it right here. I have the Quran. I'm going to read it. Really fascinating. Read the Bible. Really fascinating. Probably a waste of time. I'm not going to use it as much as the amount of effort I put into reading it. But I'm not going to know that until I'm dead. So and like this is the same logic of the gambler who's stuck in this loop. Is they're like, well, maybe the next one is the one I win on, and how would I know? Right? You can make every decision based on, like you should ideally make decisions based on how much it costs you and the likelihood of you getting something back. And like the problem with the sort of the sunk cost fallacy is more the gambler's fallacy rather than the sunk cost fallacy. The gambler's fallacy says that eventually you're gonna roll sixes. Eventually, like a lot of high likelihood probability outcomes will eventually lead to some low likelihood. And it feels like there's a deterministic link here, but it isn't, and that's a problem. That's not actually one of the fallacies listed there, I'm pretty sure, but that's a problem in reasoning. But that's not a problem in. But this problem isn't actually that problem. This problem just says that this problem could lead to that problem. It could, if you have sunk costs. If you think of, but I'm already here at the table. I bet I've already spent $2,000 here. I can take out another 500. Then, like, that's a lot of money. Jesus Christ. I know I'm poor, but Jesus Christ. Okay, anyway, you take out some more money because you already have spent so much money. But on the flip side, like, think of it like this. If you're sitting there, the evening is still young, and you've spent $2,000 already, and you can afford to spend $2,000, you can probably afford to spend 500 more to have the rest of the evening, and that's might be worth it for you. That might be something that's worth it for the amount of happiness you get. You might be willing to save up for that. The sunk cost thing is a problem because it's both indeterminable and ultimately horrendously subjective. It's like massively subjective and indeterminable. So it's like, it might be a fallacy, but what's usually happening is you're looking at someone else and saying, I would not do what you're doing. See, you're clearly suffering. Why are you doing this to yourself? I'm so much better because I wouldn't force myself to suffer. But I mean, this is a demonstration of people who show willpower. Like a criticism of people who show... Yeah, I'm going to write that. Criticism of people who show willpower. So, I once ran a half marathon. And... Okay, think of it like this. To do this, I had to run from where we lived at the time into town, and then back again. And when I came to town, I realized, in fact, I had to log... well, actually, no, that's why. I went the long way to town, and then I thought, okay, we'll do the shortcut back to... But at the point, when I was in the middle of town, I was fucking dying. I could have just hopped on a bus, given up, and gone home. But I had already done half of it. Might as well finish, right? So it's... Yeah, I mean, the achievement of running a half marathon is more than double the achievement of running a quarter marathon. Maybe I should give numbers. The achievement of running... Well, that doesn't help. 20 kilometers is more than twice the achievement of running 10 kilometers. So in quite a lot of situations, it's not a fallacy, and in no situation can you tell if it's a fallacy. Can an outsider tell if it's a fallacy?
Appeal to ignorance. It happens when someone asserts that a proposition is true because it has not yet been proven false, or that a proposition is false because it has not yet been proven.
This is the problem of induction. And that's like, it gets here.
True. Continuum
okay.
proven false, or that a proposition is false, one asserts that a proposition is true because it has not yet been proven false.
So ghosts don't exist because there's no proof they do. If there is an absence of evidence, and this is the best evidence of absence, there is no better evidence of absence than the absence of evidence. I know people like to say, oh, absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, but no, it's the only and the best evidence of absence. There is no other evidence of absence. To be more specific, the evidence of absence requires absence of evidence in the areas where you would expect there to be evidence. But if we don't have evidence of something, then it might as well not exist. It is absent. It is, okay, if God exists, he clearly does not want us to rely on him for anything. He clearly does not want to, he's like the dad who wants us to actually grow up. He wants to, so you can have something conceptually here which is unknowable and true, but we shouldn't act as though it's true. We shouldn't act on the information that is true. This is not a useful information. And so, essentially, we're getting at, useful information is the only information we have. We don't have absolute information, except the one thing, something exists. That's all we got. That's the one useful bit of information we got, or that's the one bit of information we got. It's not very useful, but everything else is as good as we're going to get. Just proximal, useful knowledge. And absence of evidence is indeed the appeal to ignorance. It's indeed very useful. If we don't have any reason to know something, then we should not assume that we do. So ghosts do not in fact exist because it is true that ghosts don't exist because there is no proof that they do. This is a valid logical inference, and it is the only valid logic. The only problem with it is the problem of induction. It's a problem which is that no matter how much evidence you get, it'll never be enough.
Or that a proposition.
Eventually, you will get to a point where, imagine 100 million years in the future, a hyper-advanced intergalactic civilization is pulling the strings of the fabric of the universe closer together so that we can reach more areas. And we still wouldn't be absolutely certain that ghosts exist. They just might not be on any of the planets we've seen so far. They might just not be in exactly the way. Or we might just not have looked when they were there. It's it could always be tomorrow we could see evidence of a ghost and be like, oh, I guess they are true. They are real. They do exist. But we should assume they don't until we do have evidence. And even when we do have evidence, we should probably be a little bit skeptical, because there are ways in which we could get evidence of something else. I like to do this with UFOs. This is a great appeal to ignorance, actually. I say great appeal. It's my own argument, so apparently maybe it's not. Maybe it's a really shit appeal to ignorance. We had these UFO hearings in America recently, where they showed a lot of lights. You can also have it on Corridor Digital. They do. Not Corridor Digital, but Corridor Crew, because I only watch behind the scenes video. They do the reacts too. But they also do the debunking stuff. There we go.
UFO.
So you think? These ones are more fantastical, but you have these sort of weird lights, and if I see weird lights, I go, "Oh, that's some weird physics we don't know yet." I don't go, "That's aliens." And that's the evidence of absence. The evidence of absence is that none of the evidence we have is sufficient. We don't have enough proof. Any proof, really. You don't have enough evidence to come to the conclusions that people come to. So, I'm not going to come to them. Appeal to ignorance. Logically valid.
Position is false because it has not yet been proven true. Continuum fallacy. It's the argument that two states or conditions cannot be considered distinct or do not exist at all, because between them there exists a continuum of states. Equivocation. The
That should be continuum fallacy. Like the middle ground, the false dilemma, the middle ground, and the continuum fallacy. And what's the called? Rejecting, yeah. You start to see that there are some categories other than the ones I'm using. I'm using categories that are designed to make you think of them like from the perspective of the person using the fallacy. Like these categories are here so that you can be like, well, of course I'm using them for the real good reasons. And maybe if you think about it like that enough times and you recognize your own fallacies enough times, you can actually see other people using fallacies without going apeshit. And if you can do that, then we've hit liftoff. Now, so if we can, let's make it a title. So the continuum of states. The categories I have of continuum of states. Is it own ignorance? Or is it relevant evidence? I'm going to put these in parentheses for the reason I just mentioned. The point is to illustrate why they're there. And from the point of view of a speaker, these are relevant bits of evidence. Fatalism, fear of. I'm worried if it's the keyboard or if it's my hands. Maybe I'm becoming a cripple. Maybe that's why I can't push the buttons properly. Obviously, I can push them quite fast. I just can't. A lot of the times I feel like I've pushed a button and I haven't, and sometimes I push it and it doesn't. It reacts later. And sometimes I push it and I end up pushing it twice because I feel like I have to push it extra hard. And I'm wondering, is it my hands? Is it my arms? Am I becoming weak? Am I dying? Am I dying? Are we all dying? Slowly but surely. I passed 30, so definitely dying. Yeah. This is like after the peak, right? It's all downhill from here. Continuum of states. Okay, let's go from this. Social information, no. Problem of induction. I mean, it's a scientific problem, but I don't think it's a problem of induction, right? It's the problem isn't that you can't know things based on other previous evidence. Rejection of other fallacies. It might be rejecting the middle grounds and false dilemma. It might be rejecting both of these, honestly. Is it irrelevant evidence? Is it evidence which feels relevant, which isn't? No, not really. Own ignorance. Not really. Honestly, that was the hardest. Honestly, it fits most in rejection of other fallacies. I want to put it in that one, but yeah, no, I think the most of the time when you're using a continuum fallacy, you would do it because you're rejecting other fallacies. These should be italics. Oh, not underlined. I don't need that. Oh, cool. Yeah. Wait, if I do this, can I change the font size? Oh my god. Oh, wow. Okay, that's funny. Humorous indeed. Okay.
Implication fallacy refers to the use of an ambiguous word or phrase in more than one sense within the same
So that would be the ambiguity fallacy.
argument.
I mean, the implication here is actually more sinister. It's saying that
Refers to the use
of an ambiguous word
in more than one
phrase
sense
more
within
than
the
one
same
sense
argument.
within the same argument. So it's implying, or it's in fact insisting that this is a ploy, a tactic. So I should put it under rhetoric, just for formality's sake. But no, I mean, I think the implication that it is being done on purpose is false and unnecessarily critiques the people who use it, unnecessarily mean to the people who use it, unnecessarily harsh. Yeah, it's just a misunderstanding, 100%. Equivocation. Yeah, it's honestly just, I mean, it's not the interpretation is not the same as above, but the reasons why people might use it are the same as above.
Faulty analogy. A faulty analogy is saying that two things are alike in other ways just because they are alike in one way. Denying
Do I want to put this under problem of induction, or is it just our own ignorance? Because, I mean, this is really frustrating, because you can imagine, like, again, how you determine if an analogy is false is by analyzing the analogy. You're not just saying, well, this is false because I know what I'm talking about. Saying this is false because X, Y, and Z. Weird temperature balancing act. Weird balancing act where my knees get cold, my groin gets substantially hotter than it's supposed to be, but my knees get frigid, my toes get frigid. I guess it's all the unhealthiness. Maybe it's combination of bad food, little exercise, and sitting on a chair. Okay. So faulty analogy. I would consider, like, my first instinct is that this is relying on our lack of understanding. So why would somebody use a faulty analogy? Because they don't think it's faulty. Yeah. Okay. It's irrelevant evidence. Yeah. I mean, how do you know if an analogy is faulty if you don't use it? Don't double click.
the antecedent. Denying the antecedent infers the inverse from an original statement. It's something like, if you are a ski instructor, then you have a job. You are not a ski instructor, therefore you have no job. False cause.
I mean, I'm not a ski instructor and I have no job. Clearly it's perfectly valid. Denying the antecedent. It's again a problem with sort of implication thing. Where is it? Because it's denying the antecedent. It's under the logical problem here. It's the... there we go. I'm going to go... put it here. is there a single fallacy which is not something you realize afterwards? Like none of these are practically, you can't use them to hunt down people, as for many different reasons, but it's one of the ones I'm realizing right now is you only have sufficient grounds to know that they were using a fallacy and that you weren't just confused, you weren't just strawmanning them actually. The only reason you can tell the difference between you strawmanning your opponent and them using a fallacy is by engaging with their argument. Oh, cool! We beat yesterday's time. Or no, we haven't beat yesterday's time. We've reached yesterday's time. So I have now been streaming for 3.5 hours. It doesn't feel like that. That's why I thought I was going to do all the creative writing stuff. And creative writing is much harder than this. This is much more fun, much more engaging to my brain, much less sort of fiddly. I mean, I'm gonna have to, like, this is obviously something I'm writing, and this is the second draft, and I'm probably gonna need to do at least 2 more drafts. But the point of this is I'm trying to figure out a framing, because I don't feel like several of these. I don't feel like in the social information, I don't really feel like explaining all of these individually. Because there's a general rule, and that is social information is a good shortcut. And so instead of doing that, I can explain the utility of using social information, and I can list the fallacies that are related to that. This is actually perfect for my kind of video ideas, because so I'm going to make this into a video, I'm pretty sure. And I might even post the other video that I've written and recorded. I just hate my own voice. And also, I feel like I need another sentence or two. The conclusion is it's messy. We can look at that towards the end, but I don't think we'll have time. A false cause.
A false cause fallacy occurs when someone incorrectly assumes that
Technically not the problem of induction, because it's not new evidence. It's a problem of interpretation. But I want to put it under the problem of induction, though, because it's about science. It's about our ability to understand science. So false cause. And it does. Correlation does imply causation. It doesn't mean causation. It doesn't prove causation. It implies causation. It proves connection, or it doesn't even prove connection. It implies connection. Connection implies causation. There is some causal link that links all of these things. The causal link, it might not be direct, and that's the problem. That's what they're actually saying. Actually, the false cause problem is that you're attributing causation to things which we don't have enough evidence to do that from. Well, what's enough evidence? At which point do you conclude that actually no, sharks definitely aren't attracted to ice cream? It's only the heat that causes going outside? Well, maybe the sharks are attracted to ice cream, but just not very much, not as much as I mean, there might in fact be a causal link between these things, that we have correlated patterns. It's just that we have another causal link which explains the phenomenon better. Therefore, problem of induction. And again, really beating the dead horse, you can only know this after the fact. You can only know if it was a false correlation when you have a different causal pattern, or false cause, when you have a different causal pattern, which your causal explanation, which you're relying on. And you can't know that beforehand. You just can't know that. You can't look at people who are saying, well, these two things are correlated. A correlation does not imply causation. Well, so what? Yes, it does. Induction. Problem of induction. Correlation does imply causation. It's the only evidence we have. If you have other evidence contrary to... If you want to disprove the idea that ice cream sales cause shark attacks, you actually have to show me that ice cream sales and shark attacks are caused by something else. And you can ideally change the variables. Like maybe you have a state where there's not a lot of beaches, or a region there's not a lot of beaches, or a region there's not a lot of sharks, but you see really sharp increases in ice cream sales at the same time, right? Maybe there are regions where you see sharp increase in ice cream sales, or you see sharp increases in shark attacks but not ice cream sales. Maybe areas which are lactose intolerant, and maybe there's been like an embargo or a trade war dispute. These are, there are, in fact, in order to show that a cause is false, you have to show a cause which is true, or a cause which is better than the one you have. You have to get a better explanation than the one you have.
Something causes something else without enough proof, usually using just a correlation as proof.
So I'm going to continue to insist that sharks are attracted to dairy until anyone can prove me otherwise. And saying, oh, that's a false cause, correlation doesn't imply causation, is not proof otherwise. Does not actually invalidate the argument, and that's why we know that it's not logically incoherent. It is simply trivially factually wrong. And being factually wrong and being logically incoherent are being conflated to such an extreme extent by this sort of fallacy fetishization. Stop it. Stop it. Stop.
Definist fallacy. It happens when one defines a term in such a way that makes one's...
Wait, did I do that one? Yeah, I did.
...position much easier to defend.
Okay, I remember when I wrote about that one. I was like, yeah, it's a counter to the tone police. It's a rejection of the tone police. And I do want to get a little bit into this. The words we use to describe things are not the things in themselves. And I want to get to the example. The example I always think about to remind myself, this is like the core of my cynical philosophy, is that the difference between a freedom fighter and a terrorist is perspective. If you're on the side of the terrorist / freedom fighters, then they're freedom fighters. If you're their enemy, then they're terrorists. What these people are referred to, the name we give them, depends on our perspective. It contains only the moral judgment. It doesn't contain any understanding of the thing in and of itself. So when we talk about homicide, then it has this moral connotation. It has this condemnation to it. But if you think of it as population control, then it doesn't have this moral condemnation, and we can interpret it without this something. So it's also actually a rejection of appeals to emotion. Engaging with the idea, if the question is whether or not like murders are bad for society, or how bad murders are for society, then this kind of definition, perfect, exactly relevant, interesting, gets to the point of it. I mean, sure, we might want to talk about the horror of murder, but we don't want to do, like, we can refer to things with different names. That's not a problem. If you can't show that something is, if you can't undermine an argument which is using different words, then that's on you, buddy. That's your failure in rhetoric, your failure in understanding and comprehending. They might do a lot of work to make it hard for you, but if somebody has properly defined their terms, even if those terms make it sound like they're really good even though they're not, then that's perfectly valid. You're a cynic. You can use your cynical brain. I'm a cynic, at least, and I advocate everyone else should be cynical. And so if you're a cynical person, as I am, and somebody tells you, well, let's talk about population control. I think, yeah, you mean like murdering people? You mean like eugenics? I mean, my brain immediately twists it to the most negative. And on the flip side, if somebody says to me something extremely negative, we have to do something to stop these terrorists, I also flip it to the other side. Right? We have to kill these enemies of our state. Right? You have to be able to twist ideas in your head. And if your idea of a fallacy is somebody presenting you with a snapshot of this twisting in their head, then we're lost. There's absolutely no conversations to be had. Why is homicide a more accurate and appropriate word? Well, because it makes the argument for him harder. Because you've already concluded that they're wrong, and so you want their argument to be as hard as possible, so to reflect this. What if he's right? What if whatever point he's trying to make about homicide being population control is a valid and accurate assessment of the reality? So, yeah. And in order to tell if they're right, how would you tell if they're right without critiquing their points of view? Sorry, a little bit of spacing out here. I'm just sort of thinking about it. If I can phrase it in a better way. Words are not things in Honestly, this one offends me, because if anyone accused me of definist fallacy, I would accuse them of lobotomy, of self-lobotomizing. Because if you cannot engage in my words, like when I've defined them clearly for you, then you're too stupid to engage with thoughts. Like I said, you twist and turn the ideas in your head, twist and turn them so you can see them from all the points of view. If somebody states something, they're going to state it from like a snapshot. They're going to stop turning it so that they can put it out there. And if you are an intelligent human being, you pick up the idea and you keep turning it. Keep turning it in your head. Keep looking at different points of view from it. Keep analyzing it. But if you're not an intelligent person, you will decide that actually they're just defining it to make their job easier, and you shouldn't have to deal with that. You should have to deal with that. You should have to deal with that in case they're right, in case you're wrong.
Happens when one defines a term in such a way that makes one's position much easier to defend.
Much easier to defend, exactly. Like, yeah, maybe their position should be easier to defend, and we've lost ourselves in a valley of language. Who decides whether or not the old efficient? Isn't that just an appeal to tradition, an appeal to nature? Wow. I made like 5 grammatical... I mean, there was 3, but still, Jesus Christ. Who decides which words are appropriate to use in any given situation? How do we know which words are appropriate to use in any given situation? Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Magic's so much easier to defend. What would save us What would save us if we were trapped in a prison of our own language?
Ecological fallacy. Ecological fallacies assume what is true for a population is true for the individual members of that population.
It's like a statistical lack of understanding, but obviously we're going to put it under problem of... No, it's under our own ignorance. I'm curious. I feel like I wrote something here. Also, I'm not actually sure that that was a wrong...
Etymologically, assume what is true for a population is true for the individual.
Like so for me, the reason what I wrote here yesterday was, like, what does crime rate mean? And that's kind of interesting. I mean, let's Google it. Let's figure out what crime rate means, because that's kind of what, like, if I can imagine what crime rate meaning making this true. There is a way of interpreting the words crime rate. Right? If a crime rate means 85% of people in a neighborhood are criminals, then there is an 85% chance he's a criminal. But I don't know what crime rate means. Dividing the total number of reported crimes by the total population. Oh, I see. So it's essentially... Yeah, but so essentially the question here is, do you understand what crime rate means? As with many examples above, expressing your confusion earnestly is the right thing to do in any discussion. Always. Express what you feel to be, or what you think to be true. That's the point. You're trying to discuss with people, argue with people. You're trying to actually pick at their brains. You're trying to get into their mind. And these people will express their confusion earnestly, And it's up to you to just take them at their word and be like, yeah, sure, I believe that is what you think, and I think that's wrong, but I'm gonna explain why I think that's wrong. I think that crime rate means something else. I think that it means that this amount of crimes divided by this amount of people. And then I say, well, isn't that the same thing? And then you say, well, actually, if a few amount of people did a lot of crimes, which is what you'd expect, then you'd have the crime rate of 85. You could have a crime rate of 115%, right? And what's happening is, on average, every person is committing 1.15 crimes. But that doesn't mean every person is committing 1.15 crimes. That probably means there are a couple who are like committing 50, and right? So it has to do with the understanding of the words we're using. And if you don't understand the words that you're using, then you won't know until after you use them and been corrected. You can only know if you've been wrong about the words you're using after you've used them. I mean, I several times when I watched this video yesterday, several times I checked. I was like, oh, I thought that meant something else. I thought that was a different fallacy. Oh, okay, sorry. And then I fixed it. It's like expressing yourself honestly. And you should always assume people are expressing themselves honestly. The principle of charity. It's just more useful. I mean, it's more psychologically challenging, because then you have to accept that you live in a world where everyone is just honestly doing their best, and it's still this bad. But in principle, if you actually want to engage with people in a reasonable way, you actually have to think about what they're saying. You have to put yourself in their minds, and you have to trust that people are going to express their errors, and you have to trust that people are expressing themselves honestly as they can. And that's also why I hate like the tone policing. I hate this deplatforming stuff, because it means that there are people who I engage with who aren't engaging honestly, who are specifically censoring themselves to make sure that they are only communicating ideas that they feel are acceptable. And that means there are so many people whose ideas I am now incapable of. There's been a wall erected to prevent me from attacking people whose ideas I think are stupid, because you think their ideas are too distasteful to be even heard. And that means that they just won't express their opinions. It doesn't mean they go away. It just means that I don't get to talk about them. Tragic
Members
life
of that
living.
population. Etymological fallacy. Etymological fallacy is the fault.
Oh, come on. This is funny. This is a funny one. This is obvious. Like the No True Scotsman one, I'm convinced this started out as a joke. Obviously in this context, you're just trying to I would absolutely have said this just to encourage, like literally this, just to encourage some of my friends, and they would smile. They'd think it's funny. They'd think what I'm doing, like if you're thinking about this from a logical point of view, is I'm undermining the seriousness of the situation. So if you like the psychosociological, I don't know, the psychosocial effect of what I'm saying is to undermine the seriousness of the situation they're in. But what I'm actually saying is logically incoherent. It's nonsense. But the function of it, the point of the argument I'm making, the underlying thrust of the argument is, why do you care? But if I say why do you care, then they just feel bad, but they're broken in some way. So you actually just show that you don't care, and then they don't care, and they care less, at least. So it's like it feels like whoever made this category is just completely really bad at socializing, and just doesn't understand what's happening when people are interacting with each other. Not the person who made this video, but like the person who made this fallacy, who listed it in the first place. Although maybe I should say the person who made the video, because it's the example I'm reacting to. The example here is an example of... Then again, okay, I want to stress this, because as I said several times, or as I sort of hinted at several times earlier, I get the impression from many of the examples being used here that it is like a little bit tongue-in-cheek. Like a little bit self-aware. Just self-aware enough to be like, I know that I've probably done, like, it might even be the case that all of these are examples that they've themselves done. Given how absurd some of them are, probably not. But like something like this, like I said, this is something I could do. And like I said, I don't genuinely believe that the teacher meant that it inspired awe. What I mean is that, well, I think it's inspired awe. I'm saying I'm like giving a second opinion to the teacher. But what are all these buttons, filters, and stuff? I'm gonna check these later. I'm not gonna check these in midstream. Yeah.
Faulty argument that the true meaning of a word is its oldest or original meaning.
So where did I do the other one? No, I didn't do the. Oh no, wait, the ecological. Yeah, the ecological, and this is the etymological. What would the etymological fallacy be? It would be irrelevant evidence. It undermines the point. It undermines the teacher's hatred of the test.
Quoting out of context. It's a fallacy in which a passage from a quote is...
This is also such a great example. I remember writing this and thinking this yesterday. The book is incredibly challenging
removed
to
from
read.
its surrounding matter in such a way as to distort its intended meaning.
If I have several friends who don't read a lot. I love reading. That's one of 3 bookshelves, and it's the most empty one, as you can tell. I love reading. I want to read all of the time. I want to share my reading with people. I want to share my writing with people. But I have some friends who don't really like reading, who haven't read a lot. They feel bad about it, which I think is silly, but since they do, I sometimes give them books. And so, for me, this statement, the book is incredibly challenging to read, but worth every second of it. For me, the most important thing is, but worth every second of it. Like, the whole of the quote is necessary for understanding it. But if I'm sharing a book to my friends who don't like to read, I'm not going to give them an incredibly challenging thing that they'll feel accomplished about afterwards. They'll feel drained and exhausted and be like, was this it? Was this all that I got from this? I give them like comedy books like Clarkson and Mitchell and people like, obviously those are very, I don't know what David Mitchell's points of views are on politics, but Clarkson definitely has views. I think that I do know because I've read their columns, but I feel like Mitchell is much more left and Clarkson is much more right. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is that I'm giving like the information, like the quote mining, the information from the quote that is irrelevant and interesting is context dependent. Like if somebody says, if I'm having like a discussion on Reddit and they're like, should I read this book? And I say, well, John Doe said that it's an incredibly challenging read. And somebody, that's a quote mine. Actually, he said it was incredibly challenging, but worth every second of it. Like, well, yeah, but this newbie isn't going to care about that. It's an incredibly challenging read. That's what they want to know. Sure, it might be worth every second of it, but it's an incredibly challenging read. I have incredibly challenging read on back there. At least I've been told it's incredibly challenging. I haven't tried. David Foster Wallace, Infinite Jest. And it's like, the knowledge in my back of my mind that that's a good book, but which is hard to read, makes it at the bottom of the list that I'm going to share out to anyone else. So that and the fact that I haven't read it yet. But quoting out of context. Our own ignorance, maybe? Rejection of other fallacies. Social information. It's kind of a social information. It's kind of... It's kind of a perversion of social information, but it's like understanding what the context is like. Okay, I'm gonna write it under social information because that's why you would do it. What are the applicable insights? Where can I want to say where can I get this, but I'm like, what is the appropriate context for a quote? What are the applicable insights? What is actually relevant? Because not everything is relevant. If everything was relevant, you'd need to post every book. Like, you know, so I'm referencing this book, therefore the entirety of the book is in the appendix. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the context to understand it. Like, well, no. You can have enough context. This book is incredibly challenging to read. In the context of a person who is bad at reading, that is enough context. In the context of someone who is average reader, then but worth every second is you need more context. There are, depending on the situation which you're using a quote, depends how much of the quote you should use. And also sometimes I will use quotes, especially from philosophers, to say things that they didn't mean, intentionally quoting them out of context, because I want to explore an idea that based on this misattribution of the quote, something they didn't believe is true, but I want to explore why they, like, what it might be true about it, or something which I have no reason to believe they might think is true. And so, yeah, it's like using literature quotes. It's like, sure, you don't need to understand that actually he was saying this to his one true love, who he's been fawning over for 17 pages. No, you need to. What you actually want is just the quote, just the information in the quote itself. It's just somebody phrasing something more elegantly than you phrased it before. Yes. Okay. Good.
Context may be omitted intentionally or accidentally. False equivalence. It's a fallacy in which an equivalence is drawn between two subjects based on flawed or false reasoning.
Is it a relevant evidence or is it an ignorance? False equivalence. I feel like it's a relevant evidence thing. Who decides? Oh, this is like a faulty analogy. I should move it up then. I'm curious, what happens if I just cut? Oh.
Historian's fallacy. The historian's fallacy occurs when one assumes that decision makers in the past viewed events from the same perspective and had the same information.
Yeah, So the historian's fallacy is essentially this sort of perspective bias, like I mentioned earlier with the kid who thought that Sun Tzu was an idiot. It's like, well, I mean, if he'd been playing StarCraft for all his life, then sure, yeah, that was very stupid things to write. But he hadn't. He had been training soldiers his whole life, and nobody else had, so that was very irrelevant. Historian's fallacy. It's stupid for not having bought Coca-Cola stocks in the 50s. So the reason it's sort of fallacious here is that you're stupid for not having bought it. But like the implication here is that like when somebody's saying you're stupid for not having bought Coca-Cola stocks, they don't genuinely mean why was everyone so dumb that they didn't realize that they should invest in the company that was going to do well. What they mean is, oh, anyone who invested in it could have been super rich by now, right? The goal is like, I know most of the people who invested it probably sold it and bought it back and sold it and bought it back many, many times. So, no, it's just silly. It's just an absurdist. Stupid, like, what's being implied here is that the statement is different from what is actually being meant by the statement. You're stupid for not having bought Coca-Cola stocks in the 50s. I typically doesn't mean, oh, what a dumb those people were. It typically means, oh, what amazing, like, what would their life, it's like an exploration of an idea. And I don't know, it feels like it's just a thought experiment, honestly. Like, if you're trying to understand what you should invest in right now, you would ask yourself, well, they were stupid for not investing in Coca-Cola stocks in the 50s. Well, let me check and see what patterns there are. Maybe there are the same patterns, and I can invest in something and gain a lot of money in the long term. Also, there are people investing in all of these things all of the time. These sort of long-term safe investments that'll make them a lot of money. So like a 50-year investment, that's a lot. Like a 70-year investment, Jesus Christ. There's nothing else you could have invested in those 70 years that would have made you a faster profit, which would have allowed you to buy more Coca-Cola shares, which would have allowed you to make more money. I mean, it's, yeah. There are many reasons why the argument is wrong, but it's all about statistics and understanding statistics. It's our own ignorance. Okay, I see. Yeah, I see.
As those subsequently analyzing the decision. Inflation of conflict. It's the error of exaggerating the amount of disagreement in a field in order to invalidate claims in that.
Inflation of conflict. Exaggeration is a logical fallacy. I mean, I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's just an exaggeration. We have no clear idea. Would be, if you say we have no clear idea about the age of the Earth, then that would be suddenly make it 1,000 times better. And we're very unsure about the exact age of the Earth, and that statement is 100% logically true. The only problem here is the vagueness and unspecificity of the statement. So we have no idea is false in any context, no matter what no matter what follows it. We have no idea, unless you're saying, well, I mean, it is either tautologically true, all that I know is that I know nothing, or which isn't tautology, by the way, but, or it sounds like one, but it's not tautologically true. But, so we all have no idea about the age of the Earth. The implication, we have no idea. It's either, okay, well, because knowledge is inherently impossible, we have no idea. So it could be true on that front. But what they mean is, I mean, what you're essentially saying is, using this. Yeah, so it's not actually the inflation of conflict that's the problem here from the logic. The problem from the logic is inferring things based on this inflation of the conflict. Saying that, well, because we have because we don't know, then any answer is good enough, right? So if the Earth is if we have two different people, one saying 4.5, one saying 4.6 billion years old, both of them in the billions, and you say, well, because they disagree, then therefore the Earth is only 6,000 years old. 6,000 years old. Like, that's obviously a massive leap from the range that they're dealing in. But that is the problem. That is the logical inconsistency, not the inflation. Like, you're deriving the idea that they say this because they actually, well, I guess that's a good thing. They actually genuinely believe that this, what they genuinely believe their own exaggeration, basically. That having uncertainty or having conflict means the same as having no knowledge. But it's again, honestly, I feel like putting it under the problem of induction again, because it's but it's not technically. I think it's under our own ignorance. But if the reason it feels like it's under the problem of induction is that we inherently have ignorance because of the problem of induction. And sort of not understanding this problem is yeah. So, okay. I'm going to write it as inflation. Jesus Christ.
Field. Incomplete comparison. It's a misleading argument popular in advertising. Since the assertion is incomplete, it cannot be refuted.
Incomplete comparison. I just immediately dumped this into irrelevant evidence. But if I'm using this, then I'm assuming that there's enough context clues for the comparison to be relevant. Yeah.
Ludic fallacy. It's a term used to describe how people mistake the kind of uncertainty found in games for the kind of uncertainty found in real life. For example, organized competitive fighting trains the athlete to focus on the game and
the uncertainty found in games, and I feel like that's insufficient because I don't feel like that actually explains the example. I guess it kind of does because they don't understand the uncertainty, like the uncertainties in then winning the boxing match is different than the uncertainties in then winning a street fight. Our own ignorance or irrelevant evidence. Yeah, it's irrelevant evidence. Right? Because it's a problem of induction actually. Because yeah, you're using evidence as an analogy. I mean, the thing is that yeah, let's put it under the problem of induction. I kind of actually want to address something, because in my brain I just fronted the accusation of sophistry. So I would say a sophist is a person, like going all the way, using the etymological fallacy. A sophist is a person who doesn't care about being, or thinks that being right is the same as winning the argument, essentially. So I'm getting like vaguely feeling in my sort of half-hearted defense of people using fallacies, I feel like I'm sort of encouraging the belief that I'm encouraging this sort of belief that we should just win the argument. The important thing is winning the argument. That's the same as being true. But I'm advocating for a sort of epistemological nihilism. I'm advocating that we can't know anything, and this sort of overzealous application of logic will only lead to one statement, and that is something exists. If we apply logic strictly and continuously and inherently, none of the statements we believe to be true, none of the statements in which we live our lives to, are valid. They are not logically valid. You cannot. It's a hasty generalization to say that when I put my ruler down on my table, when I drop it, it'll hit. It'll stop. It'll stop at the table. That's a hasty. I've only seen that happen a few million times. How do I know it's going to happen the next time? Right? It's like everything. And also, if I see something new, if I have a new tablet, how am I supposed to know that you can open things on it? Right? That's a hasty generalization to believe that all phones are smartphones, all phones that have big screens are smartphones. Right? There are so many hasty generalizations you can make that are basically all of logic leads to exactly one conclusion, and that is all that I know is that I know nothing. Or indeed, the only thing we can know for certain is that something exists. So that's the problem with overzealous application of fallacy.
In order not to dissipate
that none of the statements, no statement can ever be true. You can only sort of survive on this kind of argument if people don't realize that this is what you're doing. Because what are you essentially doing if somebody is consistently just throwing fallacies at you as you go, well, what do you think? Why do you think that?
his concentration to ignore the possibility of what is not specifically allowed by the rules. Moralistic fallacy, making statements about what is on the basis of claims about what ought to be in violation of fact-value distinction.
It is ought fallacy, yeah. Being mean is wrong, it's not in human nature. The is ought fallacy. So, being mean is wrong, so it's not in human nature. Okay, so the application of this argument, I think, is more subtle, more interesting than it might at first appear. So, the idea, it's more of a bigger framework, I think. Because it's essentially saying that it's like Rousseau's naturalism. It's saying, and versus Hobbes's, Leviathan. The argument isn't, I mean, I know Hume very much insisted that it's an is-ought fallacy, but the position is that the things, this, like, it's like, again, to reference a bad thing, it's like the Unabomber argument. It's the idea that the world we're living in would be better if we return to nature. It's inherently, like, it goes back to this, whatchamacallit, appeal to nature, didn't I have it here? There, appeal to nature. What is natural is good. So inherently in this statement, in this fallacy, is the implication that what is natural is good. To be fair, you could do the same argument the other way and say that actually Hobbes was also crazy, and just because it's natural doesn't mean it's bad. But if you have a hidden premise like this, like if that premise is true, what is natural is good, then it's not a fallacy. I'm going to put it here. So the problem here isn't that the reasoning is wrong. The problem here is that we disagree with one of the premises. Now, Hume's is-ought phrasing makes it sound a lot more significant, because it's saying that, I mean, you could take it more in the sort of Candide, Voltaire's book version of like, what is good, what is the best of the, like the thing he criticizes in that book is that the sort of the best possible, the idea that he's criticizing is a very religious idea at the time, that this is the best of all possible worlds. And I think that, oh, good God. Yeah, I mean, as long as what you're disagreeing on is a premise, you're disagreeing on the fact of the matter of whether or not goodness, or whether or not the natural is good, or whether or not there is some inherent value, or whether or not the value of the things we say are good comes from nature, comes from how good they were in nature. And that might very well be the case. Maybe it's the case that socializing is good because of it came from nature. In which case, being social is good, so it is in human nature, is a logically valid argument. The logic of the argument is not false, therefore it is not a fallacy.
Nirvana fallacy. Comparing a realistic solution with an idealized one, and discounting or even dismissing the realistic solution as a result of comparing it to a perfect world or impossible standard.
Well, this is obviously a reference to the guns argument, but here we have a hidden premise, right? Here we're saying, well, actually what we mean isn't that we want to stop underage drinking. It means that we want to reduce underage drinking, right? Not that we want to stop all gun crimes. We want to reduce the incident rate of gun crimes. So, like, we're saying, well, because you don't understand the hidden premise, then that's your logical error. No. That's our logical error. That's our failure of rhetoric. Kind of want to put it in here as like a failure of rhetoric. But yeah, let's do that. Because that's what it's all about. It's our failure to understand, or our failure to communicate that our goal is to reduce, not to eradicate.
Proof by assertion.
Obviously, this is a problem which is made like 10 times worse by politics, because no politician worth their salt. Like, if you're trying to argue to, let's use their example, you want to argue for stricter stricter alcohol regulations. You don't go out and say, well, we know that some kids are going to get drunk, and so blah blah blah. But we just want to make sure that it's harder for them to get alcohol, so that it'll be more tedious. People aren't going to come out and they're going to go all fire and brimstone, appeal to the heart, and say, you know what, they drunk driving, they all died. Like you make these really extreme examples where you appeal, and from those perspectives, from how you're speaking, it seems like the goal is eradication. You want to stop these negatives from happening, but actually, what you want is to make it so that it's convincingly important enough. Like, it's an appeal to emotion, but appeals to emotion are useful in evaluating how important things are, right? The things we care about, we have high emotions for. The things we don't care about, we have low emotions for. You want to appeal to emotions so that people will care, or to remind people that this is something that they already care about. So yeah, I think it's a failure of our own rhetoric, our own ability to explain our own views and our own positions. Oh yeah, condensed to 5 pages? Good.
Proof by assertion. It's a fallacy in which a proposition is repeatedly restated, regardless of contradiction and refutation. The proposition can sometimes be repeated until any challenges or opposition cease.
It's like 100%. Hume was like talking to one of his buddies, and he just wasn't having any. His buddy was like, I'm done with your shit today. Or maybe even Socrates, yeah. And the buddy's like, yep, that's it. That's just the way it is. Yep, 100% that's the way it is. I'm just going to keep saying this until you believe me. Like, I'm kind of imagine somebody who just doesn't care about the conversation anymore, just repeating the same thing while they're thinking about something else. So, I mean, honestly, listening to this list, it just makes me convinced that philosophers have been antisocial for much longer than I've realized. Proof by assertion. Where do we want to put proof by assertion? Where do we want? I mean, it's a failure of rhetoric, I guess. Yeah. Put it in the rhetoric camp again. Let's just scroll through them. Social information, problem induction, relevant. I don't think it is going to be any. I think we're going to have to put it in there. Our own ignorance. I want to say something about it, because the thing about proof by assertion is that you do have like a recourse here. If somebody says something and says, well, I disagree with that, well, say, well, let's agree to disagree. Well, then you understand the context of the situation. You understand they don't want to have this discussion. They want to end the conversation, and so that's why they're repeating it. But yeah, that's the only reason I can imagine why someone would do it. But it's, or at least it's the most obvious one, the one I thought about immediately. It's proof by assertion. Yeah, I mean, okay. Is it? I mean, the recourse you have. If somebody tells you the sky is red, you go, well, I haven't experienced that. And unless they say, I don't want to, like, in some way communicate, I don't want to talk about this, then you say, but my experience, like, if they don't communicate, don't want to talk about this, and you've understood that actually what they didn't mean was to prove something by assertion, what they did mean was shut the fuck up, but they are not going to say it in that way. This is actually fallacies are annoying, not logical. If we were more comfortable being assholes to each other, we wouldn't need fallacies. We would just make fun of each other. We'd just deride each other. We wouldn't need proof by assertion. We'd just say, I don't want to listen to your dumb fuckery anymore. And this is very funny for me, because I hear this sometimes, and people get really like, I say, oh, okay, yeah, sure. And then they feel like I'm actually tragically upset that I am. But it's like, I want you to communicate what you want to me. I want to take responsibility for your own happiness, and I will do the same. I do not need you to coddle me. And so yeah, and also I don't Also, I don't want to interact with people who aren't enjoying interacting with me. Then I'll just interact with other people or no people, as demonstrated. I can clearly interact with myself plenty. That was almost not a masturbation joke. Proof by assertion, proof by assertion, proof by assertion. I think it's just, it might be a social information thing because it's like, actually, I want to put it on. Yeah, because it's kind of relevant to the idea that other people have other perspectives on the same thing as you. And the sky being red is obviously an absurd example because most of the real ones are more sort of subtle and unclear. And so the idea is that you want because it is about knowing what your peers think or the people around you believe. Like they're repeating what their beliefs are, so that, and the social function of that is just so you know it, you have a different perspective. But if somebody is repeating the same thing over again, yes, all right, bye. That's what they mean. That's what they want to. They want to say, fuck off, but they can't. They're too shy. They're too embarrassed. They're too nice. They're too polite. They're too well mannered. They're too well raised, and all of these things, it turns out, make socializing worse in specific situations. It's so funny that I just shake my hand a little bit and the whole thing just shakes. But yeah, I think it's a social trick to make people
letting
stop
the proponent
talking.
Assert it as fact.
See, you don't have to. I would also tell that to someone just to piss them off. Okay, honestly, I would tell that if I actually wanted to have the discussion, but you could also do this if you're bitter, if you've had a discussion, if somebody has had a discussion with you and you felt you've won, you're probably not going to be upset about it or take it serious, but they're going to have this niggling feeling in the back of their mind, like, fuck off, that bastard. He thinks he's so cool. He thinks he knows everything. Well, I'm going to show him. And then they just pull out one of these. And because they've been told, see, you don't have any character arguments, they're going to fling it on you. They just want you to feel as bad as you made them feel. It's a social trick. It's a social function. It has to do with how we interact. It has to do with communicating other ideas. I'm going to write that down as well.
Solely due to a lack of challengers. Cherry picking. It's the act of pointing to individual cases or data that seem to confirm a particular position while ignoring a significant portion of related and similar cases or data.
Cherry picking. That's obviously the problem of induction again.
Data that may
And to be clear, I didn't say anything for this cherry picking. I'm just to be clearing myself. Cherry picking, the people who are cherry picking don't think they're cherry picking. They think it's like the same with the confirmation bias. They're looking through the evidence, and the evidence that confirms to their view pops out at them. It's like, oh, see, obviously I'm right. Here you go. And I can actually I can attest to this, having done it myself. There are situations in which I were like, if I tell them this, then I'm going to have to explain to them what that means and that it's not actually supporting their view. It's just going to be a distraction from the whole argument, in which case I will just include the irrelevant information. I will typically also include the source, but you don't, it is entirely valid, entirely reasonable that you should be picking out limited sets of information when you are picking out information. And it is entirely expected that the information you think, that you pick out the information that you think supports your argument the best. Because then what happens is they have to find some way of explaining this evidence, which is not your which is contrary to your own. If you see this graph and he says, well, Coke stock is clearly crashing. Well, then at first you say, well, why is that number green? Which is what I thought. But the first you say that, well, if Coke's clearly crashing, well, oh, I see, there's evidence for Coke crashing. Well, I think that more recent evidence shows that it's turning up again. And it says, well, the downward trend is over a longer period of time. And say, well, I think that downward trend is because of this, because of the pandemic, or because of the trade embargo, or because of they had to change the recipe, or whatever, right? Somebody gives you evidence. Yeah. I mean, either you can just have an evidence off, but the real interesting thing about logic is that you're trying to use your understanding of the evidence, trying to put the evidence together in the most coherent possible picture, the picture which can explain the most evidence without, So two avenues: either you take their evidence on face value and you ask them, and you come up with other explanations for why their evidence might be like that, and bring in your own evidence for why that is actually a better explanation. And that evidence you bring in could include the rest of the graph going up, but that doesn't mean that their argument was logically incoherent. It just means that they based their argument on insufficient amounts of evidence. That's not logically incoherent. That's necessary. All the time. Every single time. Problem of induction rears its ugly head again. It is always going to be the case that more evidence could contradict your view. No matter how many white swans you see, you go to Australia and you find the black ones, okay? No matter how many times you say there are no black swans, we've never seen any black swans, suddenly you have one more point of evidence and now black swans are real. Exactly one more point of evidence is all you need to completely blow out it. So the fact that they've based themselves on too little evidence is just a trivial fact of nature. It's just that they just happen to base themselves. They might in fact also be correct. Maybe stock is crashing and this is just sort of the downward rebounding, right? Maybe it's in a longer trend that he's looking for, right? So cherry picking is just the attempt to gather data. And with this, the implication is that that's a bad thing.
Contradict that position. Psychologist's fallacy. It's a fallacy that occurs when an observer assumes that his or her subjective experience reflects the true nature of an event.
What? The other one. Yes, the two Coke fallacy. Yes. It might be quoque because of Latin and not French. But tu coq, I prefer tu coq. I think it's funnier, it's sillier, it's pointless to resist. It's a rejection of the two-cog fallacy. But it's also... Because, so the reason it's relevant to the problem of induction and our own ignorance is I've dropped 24 frames. Amazing. Total of 0.0%. So, relevant to the problem of induction and our own ignorance. The thing that is relevant to our problem of induction here is oh, good God. I want to check something while I'm thinking here. Oh, that's that one. Okay, cool. Okay, distraction over. So, the psychologist's fallacy here, I mean, the reason I think it's relevant to the problem of induction in our own ignorance is that we have limited information, so the T is today the problem. Not, I mean, the W has been annoying. The E has been fine, but the T is the problem. I suspect there's like, I tried to cleaning it, but I feel like there's a hair hiding under here, which I haven't been able to pick out, which is limiting the amount of push down. Because it feels like I'm pushing it down enough, but it's not going down enough. Okay.
Reification fallacy. It happens when an abstract concept is treated as if it were a concrete, real event. Something like saying that evolution selects which traits are passed on to future generations, while evolution is not a conscious entity.
So anthropomorphizing evolution is a fallacy. What? It's silly. It is just silly. I'm gonna just add it as silly as I think it is. Reification. It's obviously just biologists being upset. But I mean, going from the abstract to the concrete is like the limits of our understanding here is like we're trying to understand something. What is the logical error here? Okay, actually, let's watch it again. Actually, let's
with will.
Even better. Let's put on our headphones again. Skip back to the start.
Reflects the true nature of an event. Reification fallacy.
Reification. 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 Reification, maybe? Reification. This is what happens when English is such a stupid language. Because E and I are the crux of this issue. I'm going to take a weird-ass digression. E, the letter E, is in almost all cases pronounced E. The letter I, and this is really where the funny part comes in, the letter I is in almost all cases pronounced E. So you have, in essence, learned that the letter E, or the sound you associate with the letter E, is better associated with the letter I. So most of the cases of your letters and the sounds you associate with them are when they're by themselves. Most of the time, A isn't pronounced A, it's pronounced A or O or something of that vein. Most of the time, E isn't pronounced E, it's pronounced E. And most of the time, I isn't pronounced I, it's pronounced E. Best example of this, the word interesting. And if you were to pronounce this phonetically, just sort of with the alphabet, you'd pronounce it Eintieristein, which is clearly very interesting, but not actually the word you're using. You're using interesting, 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 and E. So, with this word, reification, or reification, you hear him pronounce it reification, because he has to sort of, he wants to mentally insert this I, this sound of this I which is there, but right after the F, he pronounces E again. So if he brain just goes, well, I's are pronounced E, or reification, right? You just can join these. You just pick EI is pronounced E, reification, or reification, 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 or reification. So, English, stupid language, do better.
Fallacy. It happens when an abstract concept is treated as if it were a concrete, real event. Something like saying that evolution selects which traits are passed on to future generations, while evolution is not.
Natural selection picks out. I mean, the process picks out which. This is true. It's true, even if it's not. Even if it's not actually picking it out specifically, the effect of it is as if it's picking out. See, my T's aren't there anymore. What is this abject hatred of metaphor? Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, is the issue that we're using the word select? I mean, we have natural selection, for fuck's sake. Nature isn't a conscious entity, so it's actually the reification fallacy. So natural selection is actually just an example of the reification fallacy. I clearly I don't understand what he means by reification fallacy, because this like all of the other ones. When I say they're not actually fallacious, I'm stretching the truth a little bit. I know I'm stretching. I'm making a big deal out of it just because I think fallacy hunting is a stupid project. But this one, I don't feel like I'm stretching it at all. I feel like it's just wrong. Like it's just inherently absurd to be critical of the concretization, or even the concretization is an abstraction. I know Whitehead is a good, solid, clever man, but it's like you're. Okay, should we check it out? Because I remember reading about this yesterday, and it's. The map is not the territory. Yeah, but The map is a concrete thing which references the concrete thing. The concept of a map is an abstraction. That's how you get from one concrete thing to another concrete thing, from a thing to its representation. That process is inherently reification. The making of the map is a reification, and that's not like, why is it fallacious to make a map? What's the fallacy here? Oh, you think because you made a map, you think that that's actually accurate? I think it's accurate enough. It's useful. It's productive knowledge. Problem of induction. Problem of this is like the implication of all of this fallacy hunting is that knowledge is only knowledge if it's true. And again, we have one true knowledge. We have exactly one true knowledge. Something exists. All of it else, throw it out. Nothing else. Like, what's the point of even doing any of the fallacies? You can just say, well, if somebody claims something exists which isn't one of those, then, I mean, I guess it's a way to prove that Descartes was right. I don't know. It feels maddening. Okay. Yeah. Why? It is not inherently inappropriate to do that in science. I very much disagree with you. Without reasoning fallaciously. What is the fallaciousness of the reasoning? The statement is inaccurate. The statement is imprecise. That's what it means. Nature decides which organisms live in which time. Okay, let me counter this in a different way. All of life is deterministic. All of life is determined by natural causes. All of it is a domino brick chain happening around. So by this metric, humans don't decide things. People don't decide things. They just happen. Come on. Nature doesn't need to be a conscious entity for it to do things which are effectively decisions. You're just this is the problem. You're literally, I was mentioning this earlier. What do you do? What is our recourse when somebody imprisons themselves in their own language? I can probably keep on. Prison. The definist, yeah. Like, what do you do? Who decides which words are appropriate to use in any given situation? What would save us if we are trapped in a prison of our own language? And to me, it is dominantly clear now that this fallacy is a prison of our own language. It is the application of saying, well, actually, the word decide is appropriate. I put it to you, which are determined by natural causes. I put it to you that anything you do is determined by natural causes. Anything that has ever happened is determined by natural causes. This is dumb as fuck. I love calling out philosophers for being dumb, honestly, because this is it. This is what I live for. This is actually a person making an attempt at being intelligent and making sense of something. And obviously he's doing it as quickly and efficiently as possible. I 100% disagree with this statement. There are absolutely values in anthropomorphizing a lot of scientific concepts. We talk about planets. When I read about planets, I do talk about them clearing out their orbits. We anthropomorphize them. It's not because they want to clear out their orbits. It's because the mechanics of how it all works. It's because the language we use to think about things is better designed for talking about objects who move with intentionality. And intentionality is the same whether or not that is being judged by a conscious mind or whether it's just physical processes that you can observe directly. The only difference between a conscious mind and a physical process is that we cannot see the process. We don't understand the process from the conscious mind, from the natural causes to the conscious mind. The only reason, it's just an appeal to magic. It's just an appeal to ignorance. It's just folly. Perception always intercedes between reality and ourselves. Yeah, great. Good on you. Always intercedes between reality and ourselves. Always. The only implication of reification as a fallacy is that reasoning is a fallacy. It is not, in fact, the statement. One more. The statement, which organisms live and die is determined by natural causes, is inherently worthless. Which organisms live and which organisms... You don't need by natural causes. It's determined. If it's determined, then it must be... Oh, no, but... you can't determine unless you're a consciousness. Oh, no, but you mean something else. Oh, it's not like when I determine what I should do. It's like when consequences of effects. Yes. So now we can use these language words that we specifically designed for socializing and anthropomorphizing our own actions. Now we can use them, but we can't use them if they're decide. We can only use them to determine. Literally dumb. Literally stupid.
Not a conscious entity with will. Retrospective determinism. It's the thought that because something happened under some circumstances, it was therefore bound to happen due to those circumstances.
That would be... Did I add reification? Yeah, I did. Retrospective determinism, that would be induction. In other words, how many times will we be able to test somebody crossing the Rubicon? How many times will we be able to test someone declaring themselves a dictator in the Republic? Once. You only got the once. Maybe it is true that every time somebody would declare them, maybe it could have been anyone. And Caesar died, Pompey did it. Maybe somebody else did it. Maybe Brutus did it. Maybe Mark Antony. Maybe anyone else declared themselves dictator and they were also stabbed. But we can't know that. We don't have enough evidence. So we have to do retrospective determinism. So when Julius Caesar declared himself emperor, he was bound to be assassinated. That is a viable logical inference. It might not be true. It might be false. We'll find out. We have to try. You have to figure out and analyze the idea. This is the problem of induction. You can never have enough evidence.
Thought terminating cliche. It's a form of loaded language, often passing as folk wisdom, with the function of stopping an argument from proceeding further, ending the debate with a cliche rather than a point. Fallacy.
Thought terminating cliche. I have to say, thought terminating, that's an excellent choice of words there. Really elegant. Thought terminating cliche. So yeah, social information. I immediately went straight there. Obviously it's social information. Obviously it's the issue of, like, maybe it's true, maybe it's false, I don't know, but it depends on the context. But the idea is, this is a set of information they have, a set of sort of tricks and shortcuts and easier ways of understanding them. So, and it doesn't actually stop the conversation. Let's go back to their example.
Stopping an argument from
we should use new.
It occurs when it is assumed that there is a single appeal to the stone. Further missing the point conceptually itself as a
I'm pressing the wrong fucking button.
There is a single point function of stopping cliche. It's a form of loaded language, often passive.
We should use new tools. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah. I mean, you need a better argument than we should use new tools. I mean, that's a rejection of the argument of novelty, if I ever saw one. But it's... I mean, the statement, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, is like... It's a rejection of the nirvana fallacy. It's a rejection of the novelty, or the appeal to novelty. It's a rejection... Like, it is in its... This example is just a rejection of other fallacy. It's just stating something... Like, the statement, we should use new tools, is by itself worthless as a statement. It's simply a statement of belief, right? It's the beginning, maybe, of an argument. So you begin yourself. Well, convince me that we should. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it's not a problem yet, then what's the problem? If somebody says, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and I think it is a problem that we need to fix, then I say, well, actually, it is broke. It's not working the way it should. It's working badly. And then they go, oh, I guess it is broke. Maybe we should fix it, right? I'm starting to get frustrated here, which means I've been watching too long. It means I need to take a break. But it's probably that's why I yelled at the poor philosopher, the poor, very stupid reification philosopher, who insisted on not anthropomorphizing nature. Good God. Anyway. Thought terminating cliche is it's a repository of knowledge which is useful and depending on the application. Yeah. So yeah, it's a useful repository of inexact knowledge. It's the application decides whether or not hey, come on. Ooh, bathroom break soon. Yeah, can I do it first? Should be a bit more wary of that. Sometimes the application. Okay, no, we don't need to do that yet. Okay, I want to just... Oh, okay. By the time I'm turning around, I'm out of focus. Which is good. In case you were wondering, the pants I'm wearing are not that... Like... There's a very big hole in them. You can guess where that hole is. For example,
passing as folk wisdom with the function of stopping an argument from proceeding further.
Why is it the function of stopping the argument from proceeding any further? Why is criticism considered this? Because this is, to me, happens whenever I criticize people. They're like, why don't you want to talk about this? And I'm like, I do. That's why I criticized you. I just don't want to be in like a cheerleader squad for your fucking point. If somebody tells me we should use new tools, I say, why? Aren't they working fine? And it sounds better if I say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that means the same thing. It has the same informational capacity. It's like, why should we do that? They work. I think they work. That is what I'm communicating. That is necessary information there. Yeah, but for some reason, I mean, maybe people are just react to cliches very badly. They don't. If they feel so true that they don't want to actually discuss whether or not they're applicable to the current situation. I don't know. Maybe it's something like that at least.
Ending the debate with a cliche rather than a point. Fallacy of the single cause. It occurs when it is assumed that there is a single, simple cause of an outcome, when in reality, it may have been caused by a number of...
This is also the case? Always the case? Problem with induction again. Sharing your best explanation is not illogical. Yeah, I mean, that's it. You don't need to say anything more. Sharing your best explanation is not illogical. If you think that a single cause can explain the outcome, share that. Say that as much as you can. As much as you believe it's true. Oh, not as much as you can. You want someone... Ideally, you want that. Say that until the other person understands that's what you mean, and then let them speak, and then you go back and forth. I don't feel like I actually have to explain this to people. I'm just gonna just in case, because I can imagine myself listening to my own words, and being like, I'm gonna prove him wrong. It's like this is an example that's gonna make sense to nobody so if you know Norwegian, this is a funny thing. I moved back to Norway. I was like 12-ish. And my Norwegian teacher had this great thing. It was like, well, writing in... because we have two written languages in Norway. We have bokmål and we have nynorsk. And bokmål is quite easy because it's what most things are written in. Literally book writing. But nynorsk is a more recent invention, and it's like more Norwegianified because bokmål has a lot of sort of Danish holdovers, and most of the people who speak sort of kind of bokmålish are living in the eastern parts of the country. They don't use the kinds of letters we use here in the West. So my Norwegian teacher was so adamant. He told us many times, if you want to write nynorsk, just write dialect. And when he had told me enough times, I said to myself, well, fuck it then, I'll do what you tell me. And I wrote in dialect, and he never said that again. So get wrecked, scrubs. I just don't remember why I brought that up, but it's I think in the context here, if there's multiple causes, then you can prove that there are multiple causes. If a cause is insufficient, then you can prove the cause is insufficient. It's not illogical to believe the mechanics of, like, because this is also true for everything all the time, right? Because I am created by many causes. And so it's like, oh, I decided to make this to stream today. I was like, well, I decided this because of I decided I wanted to stream every day for Christmas, or but this year I'm going to stream every day, and so for me that's the single cause. But in reality, there's like multiple additional causes that are like weaving themselves in, and they're like, why am I streaming it in the middle of the night? Why am I streaming? Or now it's morning actually. We've gotten to morning at this point. Yeah. I don't actually know. God, we've been streaming for 5. It actually flies by. I like this fallacy.
Small causes. Appeal to the stone. It happens when a dismissal is made by stating or reiterating that the argument is absurd without providing further argumentation.
Okay, I just invented something that lets you see bacteria. That's impossible. Why? Because it's absurd. I mean, it's just a restatement of the argument of incredulity. It's just, like, I think I wrote it. It's the argument. Come on, there we go. Appeal to incredulity with better branding. It is literally just an appeal to incredulity, and it has the same justification, which is, if it seems absurd, you need someone to explain it to me. Explain to me and show me why it's not absurd. And also it annoys me because this is 100% just an appeal to incredulity. Actually, maybe we should check. Use that stone. Argumentum ad lapidem. Lapidem as in lapis, yeah, okay. Logical fallacy that dismisses an argument is untrue, that dismisses stating reason. Erroneous reasoning in the... Okay, I need to check. The arguments are still logically sound. It's the premises that are wrong. So I'm basically saying that if it's not a formal fallacy, then it's not an informal. But I'm realizing, honestly, if you're calling premise mistakes fallacies, really? You're calling being wrong a fallacy? What? Because these ones were on. That isn't fallacious. That is incorrect. You're using, like, philosophers have then expanded the word fallacious to mean anything false. It just happens to be false. Vehicles could be made entirely of rubber, and then it would happen to be a correct inference. This is dumb. The logic then is inherently not touched. It's not a logical fallacy. It's an accuracy fallacy. It's a mistake of fact, a fallacy of fact, an error, as one would call it, a mistake. Okay, now I'm going to need to actually talk to a philosopher so that they can explain to me why informal fallacy isn't just bullshit that people have used to make themselves seem smarter. Yeah. Yes, okay, fine. So the philosophers do actually agree with me, or have made the same realization that I have had, which is clearly all of these fallacies were written by some pretentious pricks insisting that actually people making jokes at their expense were being stupid, when in fact they were just making jokes at their expense.
Ignoratio elenchi. Ignoratio.
Did I actually write it down? I'm 100% sure. Wait, did I not check it? See, why didn't I even... I could just look up, and the Wikipedia just gives me better examples. But this is the video idea. This is the context. Is the whole point is to insist that the only way of understanding fallacies properly is understanding how you would use them. In what situations would you feel justified in using a fallacy? If you can give good answers to this question with examples, then I think you have a sufficient ability to analyze and hunt fallacies in other people, because you need to be able to understand what is necessary, for a fallacy to be valid to apply. And this is what we're realizing here. Fallacy doesn't mean an invalid logic. It just means wrong. Appeal to the stone, appeal to incredulity. There we go. This is the logical fallacy of not believing things until you have sufficient... I'm going to go ahead and highlight this, because honestly... Did they call it of the stone? Appeal to the stone.
Elenchi, also called missing the point, is the fallacy of presenting an argument that may or may not be logically valid and sound, but whose conclusion fails to address the issue in question.
President pulls health, but he's a secular... Who's missing the point here? What is this being presented in favor of? Okay, let's put on the headset again. Let's do it again.
Without providing further argumentation. Ignorance.
Burden of proof, by the way. Who's the burden of proof on? The person saying it's absurd, or the person saying that that's what they've done? Oh, that's how we do it. We slam it into... Because this is it's the rejection of... Oh, my brain, I forgot. What did I say 10 seconds ago? Can somebody remind me? I can remind myself. I can look it up, but. Yes, burden of proof.
Reiterating that the argument is absurd without providing further argumentation. Ignoratio elenchi. Ignoratio elenchi, also called missing the point, is the fallacy of presenting an argument that may or may not be logically valid and sound, but whose conclusion fails to address the issue in question.
President policy on healthcare report released criticized and should probably be investigated. It seems to be the general point. This is a contradiction. No, this is in fact also logically valid. You just, I mean, the way it's phrased, I mean, I think what they're going for is different from what's actually being said. But what's actually being said is the president's policies on healthcare may be popular. The president's policies on healthcare may be popular, but he is secretly a spy and should probably be investigated. Now, what you're saying here is argument, president, the conclusion you reached is that the president should probably be investigated. The arguments you have pros and cons. You have pros, he's secretly a spy. Good reason to investigate him. But cons, his healthcare policies are very popular. So what you're then saying is that, well, the fact that he's a spy weighs more than the fact that his healthcare policy, so we should investigate him. So it's like, well, maybe the problem, like the ignoratio, the missing the point is here that the healthcare policies shouldn't be relevant to whether or not he's investigated. But why shouldn't they not be relevant to whether or not he's investigated for being a spy? Like, I mean, if it's entirely possible that, it's entirely possible that he's actually doing good. It's entirely possible that we should be a little bit extra careful when it's presidents, like, ignoratio elenchi, irrelevant, where are you? Relevant evidence. Ignoratio elenchi. So everything on this list so far is sharing information that you think is relevant, but that your critic does not think is relevant.
Question. Circumstantial ad hominem. Stating that the arguer's personal interest in advancing a conclusion means that they're...
Also, very valid, very correct. Where did I put my slippers? BRB. This reasoning is perfectly valid. If somebody stands to gain something from telling you something, then you should be more critical of their statement. If somebody tells you something which directly leads to their, which is detrimental for them to share, then you can be more open. That said, that's a trick that people often use to manipulate people. But yeah, I mean, Cynicism is good, actually.
Their conclusion is wrong. Tone policing, an ad hominem fallacy that focuses on the emotion behind a message rather than the message itself as a discrediting tactic.
Tone policing. Do we want to put that under social information? Rejection of appeal to emotion. Yeah, let's do it. Because let's do it. Rejection of appeal to emotion. Because it's not our own ignorance. Not a relevant evidence, is it? It is. No, it's a rejection of other fallacies.
The emotion behind a message rather than the message itself as a discrediting tactic. Association fallacy. It's the fallacy that asserts that properties of one thing must also be properties of another thing. If both things belong to the same.
No, that's induction thing.
Group. Appeal to accomplishment. It's kind of an appeal to authority fallacy. It happens when an assertion is deemed true or false based on the accomplishments of the proposer.
Honestly, it's the trust in expert things.
Courtier's reply. When a criticism is dismissed by claiming that the critic lacks sufficient knowledge, credentials, or training to credibly comment on the subject matter.
This is interesting because it could be just the rejection of the appeal to... I think we're going to put it there.
Appeal to consequences. It's an argument that concludes a hypothesis to be either true or false based on whether the premise leads to desirable or undesirable consequences.
Yeah, that's an irrelevant evidence thing.
Appeal.
Yeah, just so I've said something about it. this can be justified as just cynicism. Cynicism is good. Cynicism is good, actually. People should accept this. Cynicism, you should be more cynical. Stop with your
appeal to novelty.
reverence.
It happens when a proposal is claimed to be superior or better solely because it is new or modern. Bulverism.
Oh, oops. This also fits very neatly into this sort of inductive thing. Kind of need like an element of this fallacy in order to trigger us into taking risks, like the sunk cost fallacy. Trigger the appeal to novelty to take risks, and the sunk cost fallacy to actually follow through on these things.
It is the assumption and assertion that an argument is flawed or false because of the arguer's identity. Chronological snobbery. Chronological snobbery considers modern ideas superior to those from earlier ages just because they are modern. It's a form of appeal to novelty. I'm entitled.
Wait, what? Okay, I missed two of them.
Chronological and assertion solely because it is new or modern. Bulverism. It is the assumption and assertion that an argument is flawed or false because of the arguer's identity.
This is extra annoying because I hate this argument. I mean, I hate identitarianism or identitarian politics. But the idea is not inherently illogical. It is entirely possible that a person who is in a specific situation of privilege would have a worse, like, in the context here of white people saying, well, not all white people are racist. And it's like, well, of course they would believe that because that gains them. That's the circumstantial ad hominem. But also they don't believe that it is possible for someone in this context, someone who is white, to think that there is no racism apparent because they have not experienced anything. And it's the bulverism here is like saying, well, you don't actually have the grounds, the evidence you need to have. You do, like, yeah. Induction then? No, it's our own ignorance. There are circumstances where our identities give us improper views of reality, thus we identitarian. I mean, this does happen quite a lot, and it's a dumb thing. It's a dumb rhetorical strategy because, like, saying, "Oh, well, you only believe this because of X, Y, and Z." It's useful for discounting an argument. Or like discounting an observation, discounting a data point, but it's very unproductive because you're not like changing unless what you're saying is, well, because I'm white I'm going to believe this, and like, well, you can't change my skin color, so does that mean that you can never convince me that you're right? So I mean, essentially it's saying that, you should just accept that I'm right because the reason you're wrong is because of something, your motive and your character.
Chronological snobbery. Chronological snobbery considers modern ideas superior to those from earlier
They are.
ages.
By the way, fun fact, modern ideas are superior to the ones from earlier ages. Evidence to support this.
Just because they are modern. It's a form of appeal to...
Yep. Modern ideas have to go through all of the past ideas. If I'm sitting on a beach and no other humans have ever existed, nothing of writing has ever been made, I can think up a lot of stuff that's going to be it's going to be better than the ideas you start out with, but still pretty damn stupid. And that's what's happened in our history. As soon as we started writing things down, now if I come up with a new idea, you can check it against ancient ideas. And you go, well, actually, yours is just a worse version of this and that. Or yours is a better version of this and that. So, yeah, modern ideas are better. Inherently better.
The novelty.
And by evidence as well. Or maybe not inherently better. By evidence, definitely better. Chronological snobbery. Underarm ignorance then, I guess.
I'm entitled to my opinion fallacy, when a person discredits any opposition by claiming that they are entitled to their opinion instead of logically analyzing said opposition.
This is a rhetorical failure. They don't want to talk to you anymore, and you think that means they're illogical. This statement is effectively the same as, let's agree to disagree.
Two wrongs make a right. It's an argument in which an allegation of wrongdoing is countered with a similar allegation.
Two wrongs make a right. Justice is bad. I'm going to put this here. It doesn't really fit. Should we put it in? Let's put it in the catch-all.
Vacuous truth. A claim that is technically true but meaningless, such as claiming that no mobile phones in the room are on when there are no mobile phones.
This is also going. No, I mean, whether or not that's a meaningless is a context-dependent thing. If somebody wants to know if there are any mobile phones on in this room, then the fact that there are no mobile phones in the room, you could just say that. But the thing they're interested in, yes, there are no mobile phones on Earth. I don't think there are any mobile phones in this room, right? The statement statement isn't vacuous or meaningless. It's in fact, it corresponds to the exact testament. Like, if somebody wants to, like, you're using like a device that, and you're afraid of the influence of the mobile phones, then it's fine to have a mobile phone if it's turned off. But it's, then you would ask, there are no like, are there any mobile phones in this room that are on? And they say no. And that is information enough. The vacuous truth isn't vacuous. It isn't meaningless unless the context is.
Phones in the room. Fallacy, fallacy. It's saying that when an argument contains a fallacy, its conclusion must be false. If you like this format, check out this video, YouTube.
Argument contains a fallacy, it must be false. Let's put this also all the way down at the end. And that's the conclusion here. Just because you don't understand someone's reasoning doesn't mean it's false. And if you spot fallacies, that doesn't mean that they're using them or using incorrect logic. That means that you think they are. And you have to be as critical of yourself in making this assessment as you are critical of them. So when you read someone and you think that's a fallacy, you're probably committing the fallacy. You're probably searching for reasons not to believe them rather than actually engaging with their argument. And that is why fallacy hunting is a stupid waste of time, and you should in fact stop. I think that's it. That was my today's big goal project. I want to write this into like a shorter and sweeter thing, and I think that's kind of the reason I put it into these boxes, so that I could write chapters. I could write a chapter, cite social information. This is why social information is useful. Here's a list of examples of these fallacies which people say are bad, but which I say is just an execution of social information. I might even include examples of me committing them or of me justifying them, but in general, sort of the justification should be in the general point. Right? We should use some fallacies. We should use because they're effective social tools. They're shortcuts, sure, but they're effective tools for having social understanding. So information shared to us socially. Then I'll explain the problem of induction, which means that basically all of these have the same problem, which is if new evidence can always contradict your past evidence, then every generalization is hasty, every slope is slippery, every time you make an exception, it's special pleading. Every time you try and sort of understand a thing with limited evidence, it's composition and division fallacies. We're using limited information to make assessments of reality. That's the problem of induction. Is that no matter how much information we have, it's always possible that there's a little bit more information that would completely upend everything we have. So after I've explained that, I think we'll go the rejection. I'll probably put that at the end, actually. Irrelevant evidence. Well, like the idea that sometimes you apply a fallacy. Some of these fallacies are just is just the act of rejecting someone else's fallacy. Irrelevant evidence. Typically, I think the important thing here to explain is that the person speaking thinks it's relevant and the person who listening, the critic, doesn't. And the point of the argument, the point of the discussion is to figure out if it is. It's like the evidence they're presenting, they think is relevant, and you're like sort of working through it together to figure out how this evidence impacts reality. And of course, we have the big box of our own ignorance, which is essentially based on the fact that, based on the same principle, which is that we don't know, we're just communicating our best understanding of reality. And like in the case of appeals to nature, there are hidden premises. Like in the case of straw man, you genuinely believe that that's their argument. If you don't understand something, and like this is a logical fallacy of not believing things until you have sufficient evidence, essentially saying we have ignorance, and and I'm saying we should express this ignorance, but a strict interpretation of fallacies and a strict application of fallacy hunting makes you not willing to make statements about your own ignorance, and therefore reducing your ability to learn. Make statements that sort of reflect your own ignorance. And there's this great quote, which was, sometimes it is better to remain quiet and everyone thinks you're a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. While that is the most elegantly beautiful thing I've heard in a while, it's very wrong. It is always, it's in fact always, I'm going to say it, it is always better to be thought a fool and then learn than to be quiet and learn nothing. Be a loud fool who changes their mind, rather than a quiet idiot who does not. And indeed, that's the advantage of being a loud fool, is that if you speak your mind loudly, like if the quiet contemplative person who thinks they might be a fool, they're not revealing to them the ideas they have that might make them perceived as a fool. They're not actually confronting their ideas. They're not actually challenging themselves or being critical of themselves. But the person who reveals themselves as a fool consistently is challenging, is constantly being challenged and constantly putting themselves in a situation to be challenged. So on the contrary, always make sure that you are always thought of as a fool. And also, cynicism is good. See you all tomorrow, probably at the same time, and thank myself for watching.